Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Tower at UNN. As always, we're with you every Sunday. I want to welcome you. Sure, we have a lot to share today, a lot to talk about today, a lot to learn from each other, and a lot for us to push forward as we continue to enrich ourselves with knowledge our, of each other, of our own selves, so that we can really equip ourselves with the so that we can equip ourselves with the materials that we need to really liberate ourselves, not only in the physical manifestations, but also in the higher ways, like our minds. But again, welcome to the Tower at UNN. Today, I'm going to be with you with a special guest who we're going to have. And this is an elder. She's a historian and an author, self published, and has done a lot of work around not only our collective ancestry, but also in in a more precise way, has looked at the history of the people, the Wagwere from Bukedi State. But before I go any further into what we're going to be doing today, as it is tradition here, we always play two anthems. So first we will have our first anthem, and we will play the national anthem, and we'll be back after the national anthem.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand. Oh, Uganda, the land of freedom, our love and labor we give, and we've neighbors all at our country's calling, peace and friendship will be.
Welcome back. Ado, I would like to invite our guests today to, greet our audience and members in our audience and people who watch this later. As I said, our guest today, she's an elder who is a historian and a self-published author, has done a lot of research in regards to African history and heritage through language, especially our history that was not written down, which is oral history, and has delved into that. And without further ado, I would like to invite Elder Comfort Onye to come and say hi before we head into our chosen state anthem for today. Because today's state anthem, we're going to be playing the state anthem of Bugwere, which is a part of Bukedi State, where she does come from. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Elder Comfort Onye to come say hi to our audience.
Thank you for having me. As Desire introduced me, my name is Comfort Onye. I am born and raised in Bugwere, Bukedi Estate. Um, I am a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother. And in my later years, after my children were of age, I started writing books. And to this date, I've written 5 books. The first book came out in 2019, and the second book, our mother language, our common good, followed. So those 2 books are to be looked as the basic knowledge to the 3 other books. Such, or you can also call them the theory, where I get the writing material and go to do the field work in the 3 books. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. With that, we will go ahead and play the Bugwere anthem from Bugwere land.
Oh, sorry, dear friends. I think I'm going out of battery. Can I just find out what's happening to my laptop? Just give me 1 minute.
Welcome back from our state anthem. As I'd like to say on today's show, we're going to be talking a little bit more about history and authorship. And with me today in the studio is, of course, Elder Comfort Onye. As I said before, she's a historian and a self published author who has looked at the history not only of African people around the region, but also specifically dived deeper into the history of the Bukwere, from how they traveled up to how they settled in Bugwere land, which is a part of Bukedi state. So when I would like to invite our guests back uh, to then, we're going to be then further down looking at what is authorship and what does authorship actually mean for us as Africans in terms of recording our own history, writing our own history. When did we lose authorship and how can we gain it back?
Um,
But just before we get in, uh, are you able to hear me?
yes, please. Was it a question? You are lost. Now I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you. How about me? Are you able to hear me as well?
I'm hearing you now, but a little while ago you had got lost.
Okay, no worries, because I also was not able to see you a little while ago, but I'm glad that now we both can hear each other. Uh,
Yes,
as we
please.
came back from the anthem, from the Bugwere
Yeah.
anthem, as I was stating
Mm.
that today we're going to be looking a little bit into authorship, what authorship means to us as Africans, and when we lost it and how we can regain it back. Then I guess we can begin with that question of what is authorship and writing? What has it meant for you diving into these topics, especially coming from traditions and cultures that practiced oration and the transfer of knowledge through oral memory?
Thank you for the question. The question is a little bit too wide for me, so I'm going to limit it to
Mm,
the authorship that I have
mm,
become familiar with, and that is uh,
mm,
taking African oral literature from a single literature of just being oral literature into written
mm,
literature and other literatures that could possibly be there. So my authorship is strictly about African history, how we lost it, and what we can do
mm,
to to to
mm,
to awaken our memories because we didn't really lose it. We live it, we
mm.
walk it, we talk it, but in a subconscious manner, in the sense
Okay.
that in the school
Mm,
curriculum we follow, uh, doesn't really encourage us to read African history. The histories that we study
mm,
in our school curriculum, some people, historians and events outside Africa. So when I
mm,
say I write to so that we regain or we wake up into full to be fully awake in our conscious what we do, what our folk
mm,
songs teach us, what our folk dances teach us. That's the kind of
mm.
authorship I can talk for. because there is a lot of
Okay.
authorship. So we can't go into it now.
Mm, mm. I wanted us to talk a little bit about one of your books, Mother Language, Our Common Good in Ancient Africa. For some of
Yeah.
our viewers, people might find it, might start to question how this relates to their specific ethnicities that they come from. How does this bring
Thank
us all in one?
Thank you. That's a very good question, and it is what the book is talking about. And the mother
Mm,
language, our common good in ancient Africa, is the main topic, but there is that topic underneath. It is equally important because it says
mm,
rebirth of knowledge is custom law,
mm,
not tradition. So, why
mm,
mother language? That takes us back to what I mentioned a little while ago. And I say that we Africans,
mm,
because of not studying our history, we live it, we talk it, but we in a subconscious. Think of, I can give you an example from the
mm,
Indo-European languages. They are written
mm,
referring to their mother language, Latin and Greek. You hear always
mm,
them saying this word comes from Latin, this word comes from Greek, or this word comes from the
mm,
sister language, Germany, or French.
mm,
But that is not how we write our
mm,
African languages. We write it the way we talk it, period. If I, now, like for
mm.
example, I'm talking about Bugwere, so I put Bugwere in that small window and talk only about Bugwere. But that is writing a language marginalized window. A language must be properly written, fetching methodology, the mother language in ancient Africa. Because the knowledge we know as we apply it in our languages, fine, we've created things, but those things are real byproducts of what we inherited from mother language. So that's why I brought this book and tried to come up with a methodology, taking an example from the Indo-European languages, how they write referring to Latin or Greek. That is how we should also write African languages. Not only, we should also write African languages relating to sister languages because all African languages are sister languages. There is one thing we have borrowed from another language, or there is one thing, one word or more that has gone, that has been passed down and has never changed. The way it was called in the past is the way we call it today. We shall see in another slide where I'm showing, where I talk about methodology, and then we shall again talk about it when we reach that slide.
Then I think one other question for our audience member, because they're hearing the term mother language for all African languages, but we might not be clear on what this mother language is. If you could go a little bit into detail of this mother language that we all have inherited and
Hmm.
modified to fit wherever we settled, because many people might not know that history.
Okay, I'll touch it briefly because that again is a field of linguistics. We call it mother
I
language
see.
because
Mm,
some African linguists have come up to have discovered that all languages have
mm,
evolved from one common language in ancient Africa.
mm,
So as the languages have evolved
mm,
over time, they have dropped some words,
mm,
gained certain words, and
mm,
broadened some words, narrowed some words, because this has been going on for thousands of years. And with migration, when we migrate with a few words, with a few activities
mm,
that we can't afford to, that will remind us from where we are coming from, and we continue to
mm,
to carry those ones out where we go. So, for example,
mm,
you find the linguists say that in Africa there are only two dialects, because language started with the with the two words or two letters,
mm,
uh, a letter, a consonant, and a vowel. Then those two letters
mm,
became four. It became consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. So we continued
mm,
speaking, like, especially the Bantu. You realize that most of
mm,
the Bantu words begin with a consonant and end with a vowel. That is one dialect.
mm,
The other dialect is the dialect that has dropped, not dropped, but has taken the vowel at the end of a word, put it back into the word. So their words can start with a consonant and end with a consonant, but they have never lost the vowel that was supposed to be at the end. What they have done is get the vowel and put it back into the word. For example,
mm,
I can say a word like especially the Luos use it. Their words end with a consonant, uh, like the name Okot.
okay.
Okot. For
Mm,
sure, you don't can't
mm,
write Okoti. You write Okot, but when you pronounce it, you hear the T, which means there is an I, but they've got that I, put it back into the word, and shortened it with the O, and you just write Okot. And there are so many words like that. And that does not only happen in Africa, it also happens in other languages of the world. So that is how people know that this language, all these languages have evolved from a common mother language. So when we say mother language, and moreover, we put on the word in ancient Africa, because you remember Africa is cradle of civilization. But how could civilization be without a language? There must have been a language. That's how civilization happened. So that is also another evidence. But like I'm saying, that again is in the field of linguistics. So we just comment it briefly, and then we come back to our topic of history.
mm. Then
So for
coming
me as
back
a
to our topic of, mm,
so for
no,
me as a
sorry, go ahead.
historian, is to remind you that until now, Africans, we've not uh, gotten the opportunity to write our languages properly, because we just write it the way we speak them. We don't fetch reference from where the words are coming back, because nobody taught us to do that research, to research where the word is coming from, and why is it the same word in all in sister languages. And I think now for us, the Bantu, we have many words in common. How could it be? How could it be unless our languages are sister languages? Using that simple logic, that is where I stop as a historian.
I see. I think that's a good foundation to lay for how this civilization was once centralized and then spread across Africa, as you've told us, via migration of peoples. So I'd like for us to talk about also now and look at the next book, the next slide, which talks about which there is a picture or a visual representation, and it talks about from the 42 Ma'at confessions. If you could please break down the visual representation on the screen for our audience members, because I know we talked about it. What uh, what visually representing texts like this mean, especially as a historian who's looking at how our ancestors used to write down and record events, what visualizing like this or the symbolism behind it in terms of reclaiming back traditions that not traditions but reclaiming back, as you said, the customary law that is we have inherited subconsciously, and now when we study it and put it into action.
Yeah. Um, Again, this is also a wide topic, but I go on picking a few things here and there to
Mm,
to inspire the readers to go into deeper research. So this
mm,
picture here, uh,
mm,
we shall look at it as a whole. So
mm,
even the picture on the left talking about
mm,
mother language, our common good. On the right, I'm trying to show how the language, the written down language in Africa, the written down language in ancient Africa, they
mm,
used to use symbols, and those
mm,
symbols were normally pictures of the body of our body parts and the
mm,
indigenous in the and African indigenous animals and the birds. Let me say everything in the fauna. They used it, and
mm,
when they are doing their artifacts, they used it to write the words in between them or in front of them to show
mm,
that I'm talking to you. So when you are talking to somebody, you don't talk to somebody facing back to back. You talk to somebody face to face. And then
mm,
there's the symbol of the sun. The sun is
mm,
very important in African history. There is nowhere
mm,
you are going to talk about African history without putting the sun in the center, because Africans didn't draw the map like it is drawn here, like they draw the map of the world today. But everywhere Africans were talking to each other, they used
mm,
the symbol of the sun. And in fact, you'll find that all of everybody carried a symbol of the sun, because the sun
mm,
represents light, light of
mm,
wisdom. We can't work in darkness. We work where there is light. So when you wearing a symbol of the sun on your head, means you
mm,
are in you are in the light, in the light of knowledge. You are talking with knowledge.
mm,
And then you find that also the cradle of civilization were not just people walking around without tomorrow. So
mm,
spirituality was
mm,
created also in Africa. And
mm,
uh, let's say that really, when African spirituality, we are basically talking
mm,
about African religion. And
mm,
to be moral, we had to they created a spirituality. So whatever we do, we our morals rotate around spirituality. You shall you shall that's where the 42 laws of Ma'at confession come in. And that is where the Ten Commandments written in the Bible are extracted from these laws of Ma'at. Previously, the laws were 42, and you would not revise all of them every day. But each morning you got up, you would extract some of the laws from the 42 and commit yourself. I shall not steal today. I shall not lie. I shall pour libation for my ancestors. Choose a few things that commit to in the from the break of day, and keep them. And when you come back, before you lie down in bed, repeat after yourself, and you said, I have not stolen, I have not lied, I have poured libation for my ancestors, because you committed to them in the first thing in the morning before you went out to work or to walk about. So you keep that is promise you've made to yourself. And when you come back again, you pray and you say, thanks God, I did not steal, I did not lie. That is what the 42 Ma'at confessions are. So for them, it was a kind something to use. You yourself, you set the law for yourself, and you stick to it. Unlike when the Bible turned it around and called it, "Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do that." That is commanding somebody beyond his wish. I hope I have talked a bit about that. So, for example, for me, I've taken my five. I've taken 5 out of the 42. I said, I will walk in the name of Kibumba, adoration to Netar. So, in Bugwere, Katonda, as we call it, Katonda, in Uganda, in Rugwere, we call it Kibumba. Yeah. So, for us, we pray to Kibumba. And the word Kibumba also, we did not create it in Bugwere. We came with it on our journey from Abyssinia. We came with it, or we modified the word Netar, because be it the word God or Katonda, I think they all come from the word Netar, because in ancient Africa, they did not, for them, they did not believe that there is a God who sits in the sky. They believed that a God is within you. It is within your power to live a moral life. And when you live a moral life, you reflect the good person in you, and that is what you should be. You should be a good person. So ancient man always looked at God as somebody who is within us, not somebody living sitting somewhere, but it's somebody within us. The more we commit to ourselves and be good, be positive, be supportive in society, you are a God. No wonder the biblical word which says you are created in the image of God. I think some historians think that it was just the way the person who wrote, the people who wrote the Bible wanted it to sound like. Otherwise, originally, the word, the phrase, you are made in the image of God, is what the ancient man in Africa called, you are a God, you are a God self in self. So try to live up to a God self in self. So for me, I chose my 5. I said I will walk in the name of Kibumba, in adoration of Kibumba. I will live to work. I will love to work. I won't just get up and I say I can't work today. I shall love to work. I shall be my sisters and my brothers' keeper. I should grow a healthy life in order to thrive. Here I was just trying to narrow the words so that they fit within on the slide. And then I will also remember to pour libation to my ancestors from whom I learn. Because if we don't honor our ancestors, then that we are not also morally right. We shall honor our our ancestors, and we shall honor we shall also appreciate ourselves, the struggles of our everyday life, and we shall pour a libation also for our youths who carry our promise tomorrow, because we want uh, to hand over this world to them the way it was handed over to us. So for me, in my everyday recitation. I want to include the pouring libation or praying for myself and my ancestors from whom I learn, and the youths who carry our promise for tomorrow.
I would like to ask you a question because when I first had the terms pouring libation, I thought it was a West African practice. So, what
No,
to our audience members, what is pouring a libation? If you can break it down for us
so
for our ancestors.
thank you. So
Mm,
I mentioned earlier that languages have been evolving, and as we have been moving forth and back, we were changing certain, or we were abbreviating them, or we were abbreviating them because we didn't have the capacity to carry out the whole prayer. But pouring libation is a combination of prayer and also mentioning the names of your ancestors. So the West Africans do it that way, but in my tribe, in my community, I know that we when we are going to have a drink, we pour a little to the ground and you set our ancestors, and then we drink. And ours is as short as that, so we don't have to go very far. In Buganda, I'm sure if we went to meet the indigenous people, we would find it there. But because the school curriculum we follow doesn't allow us to study our histories, so certain things uh, pass down from generation to generation in our subconscious. We are doing it, but we are not conscious of what we are doing. So the West Africans, we are lucky in that they took it, they carried it as it was, and they changed very little. If anything, they changed nothing. But in my community, we just do it that, like I'm saying, we are subconscious of what we are doing. But at least once in a while, you can see us when we are going to have a drink, or when you receive a visitor and you are going to serve a visitor, you first of all do something, or take off a piece of food and put it on the side and say that is for our ancestors who have given you the strength to come here. Importantly, in my community Bugwere, and I think no, my community Bugwere, uh, we eat perennial millet. It's not something that you can keep for a long time. You have to cultivate it annually. So after harvest, we start by Thanksgiving. Then we start eating the millet. We first of all harvest and we put in the granaries, and then we make a ceremony to give thanks to Kibumba for the good harvest of millet in Bugwere, except for these days, but it was really immoral to start eating new millet before the official celebration. So we didn't do it as a community, but we did it in clans. So each clan would uh, determine when they will celebrate the new millet uh, after the harvest season. Then after that is when they start eating. So when we do that, there is, of course, there will be millet beer and millet bread. And before we eat, we break off and Gandhi put aside for the ancestors. That is also pouring libation. In Buganda, I can give an example that I'm, I'm familiar with. When we have ekigali, etuteekamu eyo, that is also a kind of libation, because as we have been migrating, we are changing a bit of things, but every time, always in every African community, they know what they call to appease or to pray to ancestors.
So
Over
now
to over to
talking
you.
a little bit,
Mm,
talking a little bit about your community and the Bugwere. For many of us, and I
Mm.
specifically, I do not know a lot about the history or the interconnectivity that we all have in this common history. So, for my next question, I would like to ask you about how did the Bugwere end up settling there where they are now presently today on Bugwere land, which is in Bukedi.
Native Bugweleland. Thank you for the question.
Mm,
So, um,
mm,
before I wrote down the history of my clan, I already went by
mm,
the general history that is there, which says that the Basoga, the Bagwere came from Bunyoro. I understand whether it was
mm,
during the war, after the war of Kabaka, Kabaka, who is it, Kabalega, something like that. Then we started migrating and
mm,
over by Lake Choga, and then we settled in Bugwere. But now,
mm,
when I went again, when I was called by our elders that I may write down the history that has been passed down to
mm,
them, they let me know
mm,
that we traveled direct from Abyssinia as a clan.
mm,
And that was when it also struck me that clan division among us Africans is not a thing of yesterday. It is the ancient knowledge that
mm,
has been passed down to us. And we are going to pass it to the
mm,
next generation if we still have the information. So it is said
mm,
that we traveled direct from Abyssinia, which is now Ethiopia, because now Abyssinia that time was the region uh, up
mm,
there. It was not just that little country now they call Ethiopia or Abyssinia. It was a large
mm,
region uh, uh, up north. And by the way, in African ancient history, what is now called North
mm,
Africa, for them it was South Africa, just because the river
mm,
flows from the mountains of the moon down to to the ocean or the sea. We
mm,
hardly see rivers like that. If you know what you see what I mean. So when we traveled, I understand we walked up to Congo, uh, stayed briefly in Congo. Then again, we got up and entered Uganda via Bunyoro. From Bunyoro, we came to Buganda, and in Buganda, we were welcomed by Kabaka Junju, and we stayed there for some time. And in the conversations with Kabaka Junju, he asked what our what our our muziro or our taboo is, and we said we are of abobutiko, and he Junju himself said, oh, abobubala, yeah, akatiko k'omutete. And we always knew that, but like I'm saying, we are not talking about, we don't talk about ourselves. We just know the things they would have been passed down to us, and we continue acting on them without questioning ourselves, why am I doing this, or what are the consequences. So, and we were also skilled in drum beating, and we were good singers. And I understand we had beautiful manners, and that impressed Kabaka Junju, and he married away two maidens from my clan. And then we left Buganda behind, and we went through Kayunga, Akayanja Kaseziwa. I'll get out that page, and it is very interesting. And we went to Akayanja Kaseziwa, Kayunga, and we went until we reached the arm of Lake Choga, where the place is called Palisa now, and it is part of our land. Then that was our last leg. But before we entered Bugwere, we stopped over in Bulamogi, and we found there Kabaka Zidolo Wako, and Wako also married away one of our girls. Then that group entered Bugwere land with only one maiden left behind, and she was also away like that. So that is how we are related. We are related to Buganda, or that is what how our history went before we entered the Bugwere land. And then when we reached Bugwere land, we found two clans were already settled there. And then uh, we sat beside them. But in our history of Bugwere founding fathers, we were mostly interested in pasture land, though we were some of us were coming from kingdoms and so on. We were no longer interested in monarchies. All we wanted is to live side by side as as and exchange friendship between clans through giving away our children, exchanging our children into marriage. But that is also mentioned in my books. I explain that because it has been explained to me by the elders who gave me the clan history. I've explained that. Over to
Thank you
you.
so much. But for today, because today we're touching on some of our deep history that if you don't have the resources, or if an elder hasn't told you about it, we don't know about it. And since we're covering something like that today, today we're going to be mixing our languages. So today we can, if it is okay with you, if we can mix
Thank you.
Luganda, English.
Yes, I was looking forward to that. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, so that
Mm,
we can better serve each other, and so that no one misses. Because if we're even talking about ourselves and our ancestries, we should be having these shows in our language, in our languages. But
exactly.
we have to put in
Mm,
English as our meeting point. But then we will bounce off
yeah,
Lugwere and Luganda as well
yeah,
throughout
exactly.
today's conversation.
I do that in my
So,
books, and I write there word search so that
oh,
I must use a word in Rugwere, I'll try to explain it in English
mm,
so that you can you can take it from there.
mm. Yeah,
Mm,
and I've just been getting a lot of people are interested in how the Maguire left from Abyssinia and then ended up spending some time in Buganda and like their voyage from Abyssinia to
mm,
Congo, because we know a lot of Bantu people we stopped over in Congo from the Horn of Africa,
mm,
from Abyssinia
mm,
or
mm,
ancient
mm,
Kemet, and we came to the Congo.
mm.
So if it's okay with you, is it possible to
Yes, I can say
re-explain that
something
portion
about
of our
that.
show?
I can,
Yeah.
because there's
Okay.
somewhere in the history of Africa where where it is said people on the move. Huh? You remember,
Mm,
sometimes it is also correct to call Africa a country because in ancient times we were not
mm,
bothered about borders.
mm,
We just collected ourselves in a group,
mm,
in a clan, and we went our way. We went wherever we went. And we were not having, we were walking, we were on foot. We are doing these expeditions on foot. So we can
mm,
stop over and stay somewhere for some time. And then we say, no, no, this is
mm,
not the place. Then again we get up and continue the journey. That is what happened. And
mm,
then there was no roadmap. You just disappointed with your stick, with your initiation stick,
mm,
or we can call it the shepherd, because normally, as we normally walked in groups, and there was always a leader. So the leader
mm,
and the wise men who talk with the leader, they would decide what we do, where we go. So you see that brotherhood in Africans. Do you see how we have that connectivity when we meet each other? is as if you've known this person
mm,
for your life. But in the
for a
diaspora,
long
these people are
time.
not like that. Yeah, they are not like this.
Mm,
This word brother is true African word. We came with it from
mm,
ancestry, and we continue going with it. However much we may get some shortcomings, but at the end of it, we fall back and say brother, sister. We hardly call ourselves by
mm,
names. We look at each other and we refer to each other as elder sister, younger sister, auntie, all those kind of things. It's because always we were moving together. And like for us, the Bantus, because I've not heard from the other tribes, but I think I've heard from the Acholis. They say that you can't marry anybody from your clan. And now you can imagine if, uh, uh, if at all I was in Buganda, one thing one of the first question is where dirachi. Eh? So now, like the prince I showed you, for them in their clan, Bagundi, ba, what is that animal called in Uganda? Ba, Ngabo, I think. Ngabi, Bangabi. Eh? So naturally, like that, just because you've told me to Wangabi, then I know we are related, whether you are Muganda or whatever. So you can also imagine Kabaka Junju when the first question to my people was Mwedirachi, tuli ba butiko, and he quickly knew what it means. He even knew Akabiro and the details. So that is how we were moving previously. Before the colonialists came and put borders on countries, this is that. But you still see that we still relate with one another. Like when you meet people from Zimbabwe and Zambia, they said the people in Zambia and Zimbabwe speak so very much like Ugandans. eh? That when you hear the Bantu of Uganda speaking and the people of Zambia and the Zimbabwe, you can mistake them to be the same people from the same country. Does that make sense?
mm,
Eh,
not in
you
the
can ask me
borders.
to. So in one
Mm,
way, Africa has
but
been one country because we just cross anywhere we want. Huh? No paying tax. As long as you go
mm,
somewhere and you demarcate you want to be here, you were free. Because I think you'll also go back and you find that there was a time when the one could not buy in land in Uganda. You had to inherit it. Not so?
yeah, oh yeah. Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Things like that bring us
Uh,
to
mm.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Mbadde nsaba otuddiremu olugero of how the Bagwere moved from Abyssinia all the way to Bugwere land mu Luganda so that buli omu ategeera, or we can do it both mu Luganda then mu Lugwere so that the message really
Okay.
is drove home to our people and of how these journeys happened.
Mm. Kati edda ennyo mu mirembe giri, eh, abantu twa Africa yali nga yaffe ffenna abaddugavu nga nga tusobola okutambula ne tugenda gye tusuubira nti twagala okugenda, oba bannaffe abalala gye batubuulidde nti twatuuka eri kiri bwe kiti ne bwe kiti, naffe ne tugamba naffe katusituke. Kakati n'ekirala ndowooza n'Abaganda nabo ne mu Buganda nayo kimanyiddwa nti Abaganda baava Abyssinia, ndowooza nammwe ekyo mukirina.
Mm.
Kansuubire kuba nawulirako abantu abamu bakimanyi nti Abaganda bava Abyssinia naye ne tukoma awo. engeri gundi ensomesa yaffe bano abanankanyi bana colonial masters gye batusomesaamu etusomesa kutugabulamu naye nga mu butuufu ensomesa eyo yandibadde etuyamba okukola ki okwegatta nga ensomesa eyo etugamba nti history wammwe mwenna muli baddugavu muno mulina okuwandiika ennimi zammwe nga mutunulako n'olulimi olubaddiranye boogera batya basooka ki lwaki baluwandiika bwe batyo mu kyo ojja kwesanga nti ebigambo ebimu kyekimu kubanga kaakati wano ku Bulaaya bwali lumu nga tunyumya n'omukyala Omuganda ava Masaka kakati nga emboozi ekwata ku nswa nagenda owulira ng'agamba nti ati ensejjere zibeera bweziti and I was saying what those are Kigwere words ebika by'enswa byonna nga oba obimanyi e Buganda ge mannya ago agamu naffe Bugwere ge tukozesa. So how did that come to be nga tefe Abagwere tuliko wala okutuuka ku Bagwere oba oyise wano mu Basoga oyisitako awo naye abantu abalala kumpi ng'otuuse eno Mbale n'olyoka otutuukako Abagwere. Kati ebigambo ebyo eby'ennankanya eby'ensejjere empawu byonna how is it that they are the exact words and those just a few words but if we go into details we shall find more words that are common that have never changed. They are still the same words. So I don't know who used the empawu first. Was it Bagwere or Baganda? But considering that we all came from Abyssinia, then we must have known them in that life, in that ancient life, and then we came. It has been passed down to us where we are. Echo, does that make sense?
And oh yeah, plenty of sense. I have another question. I know that Chinechibuzo is more on the large scale. Kubanga even Abyssinia was just now. It came from another Asian civilization. So
Exactly.
shedding some light on that because that's a part of our history that I find very interesting. Because even we're not just from Abyssinia. Abyssinia also was produced out of another Asian civilization.
Yes, that is correct. Nga bwe nkyogeddeko a little while ago nagambye nti nakyo kibeera kituufu bwe tugamba nti Africa is a country kubanga ffe obulamu bwaffe bwonna kasookedde tubeerawo abantu mu Africa. Africa yali yaffe nga twetala nga bwe twagala ate si Africa yokka. Abayizi abasuubuze nabo bafulumako mu Africa ne bagenda eyo ne basuubula eyo mu Asia ne bakomawo n'abalala ne basigalayo. Abasuubuzi abalala basamba amazzi ne bayita Antarctica ne bayingira eri mu America n'eyo nayo history yaffe gyeri. Kale tewali mu nsi ya Mukama muno Omwafrika gy'atatuuka ate Omwafrika buli wantu Omwafrika ye yasookayo abadda ne badda abasigalayo ne basigalayo. Kale awo gundi Abyssinia si gye twasookera kubanga nenankanyi eno gundi eno civilization eri awo kumpi ne Abyssinia si ye civilization esooka. Africa mwinankanyi mu interior Africa tulinayo civilizations enkadde ezisinga neyo eya Kemet ye civilization yaffe esembayo ya myaka nga 3,000 years back is when it collapsed completely. Naye nga nayo Kemet okubeerawo ya developinga muziri enkulu ezasookawo naye nga kakati nga bwe twalinga awantu wewakala ng'ate tuvaawo era nga bw'olaba ne kampala oyo tolaba tulina kampala mukadde tulina kampala mupya abantu tugenda tubikyusaamu bwe tutyo naye ng'era nankanya obugagga bwaffe obuli wali e kampala mukadde tukyabumanyi na wano kampala mupya bye tukola wano mu kampala mupya nabyo tubitegeera naye ate kale kano ka history ka just yesterday kanaye tebeereza gye tuva eyo millions of years so it can't be that we started from Abyssinia. Abyssinia is one of the places where we stopped, made major civilizations. Abalala ne baagala basigaleyo. Abalala ne baagala, this is not me, I'm going. So gundi eyo Kemet yagenda okugwa nga n'abamu baayingirayo ne bafuluma ate n'abalala abatabeerangayo nabo ne bayingiramu. Kiringa kibuga. Bw'oyagala ogenda n'obeera mu kibuga bw'olaba nga embeera y'omu kibuga kanzireyo eka oba kanoonye awalala tolaba n'ako katulemeramu Abafirika tuli batambuze bwe tugenda awantu tugendawo era ne tukola ki ne tu adjustinga to the environment and we stay there. And we like it ourselves. We like ourselves. We have no difficulties mingling with other people. It is other people who have difficulties mingling with us. For Africans, we are welcoming. We are a welcoming people. Whoever comes, abantu bajjanga ewaffe Africa abasuubuze n'abo abali Asia okujjako eno ewaffe. As long as we are on those terms of obusuubuze, it is fine with us. It is fine with us. Naye ate bano abagwira bano abajja okutubba be bajja n'amagezi ago ag'obukukumpanya be bayigiriza okubeera bw'atyo. Africa, we are a giving cradle. That's the right word. We are a giving cradle. We welcome and we like to receive and give because we think that when somebody gives you something, it means that person has got more. And it is a blessing so that you will get more. But that is also another book about spirituality written by some lady. She's the one who says Africans, we are happy to receive because we know we also give. We are not really mean people who only want to receive from others. We give and receive equally positively. That is our tradition. Bw'oba oggyeemu ono kaakati omuddugavu ow'ennaku zino n'obwo corruption mu myaka egy'enkaaga ffe bwe twakulira nga corruption taliiyo n'ebyo bya racism nga tebiriiyo. Okay, mwalingamu buno obutinitini nti oli mugundi naye nga tukoma awo naye bya corruption okunyaga munno in bold daylight. That is not our culture. That's not our culture. We are welcoming people. We receive people and we leave them peacefully. Because we knew that Africa is the land of the people. Ate amaanyi go n'enjagalayo yesalawo oba oyagala kubeera mu kifo kimu oba oyagala to move on. Actually, it was no migration because we had no borders where we have to give in our passports. So it was not migration.
Yeah. I think it goes back to the concept of borders. That's where we're trying to say in terms of how we practice our culture, our traditions, and our norms. That's when people start holding and wanting to.
That was not our idea. It was imposed on us. We had never had those divisions. So from
Then,
okay,
I,
reminds me of one point I wanted to make to you, is that
mm,
sometimes when we say we may go back to
mm,
our old ways of being, yeah,
mm,
of being as one.
mm,
Oba n'oyo omulangira by'ayogerako nti
mm,
tuddeyo mu federo, ndowooza kitukolere,
mm,
we had better sit down and discuss it really, and we go back to those ways, because I'm really fed up with these things of migration, the papers, sign here, sign there. Uh,
mm.
I don't see.
Yeah, no, for sure, because ultimately, African unity
Hmm,
should guarantee a border-free continent. Because borders are just a way for controlling who's where at what time and for what reason. Bulaaya
hmm,
batukkiriza ng'ozze kukola ki? Kwewaayo okukolera kuzimba ggwanga lyabwe and their economy in one way or
yeah.
another. But other than that,
Hmm.
then the borders are also put in place so that, of course, the masters of divide and rule have used
And
that
rule
against us over
exactly.
time. Naye,
Kaali ako kaali kakodyo, ke kaakaali akakodyo bwe tubagabule, eh? Awo
mm,
tubafuge. Tubafu
mm,
tubafuge. That was ke kaali akakodyo. Era singa baatuleka ne tubeera obumu, twandigaasa amaanyi ne
mm,
tubalemesa. Naye
mm, mm,
baakizuula nti bwe tunaaba put them against one another, then they fight themselves. Naffe
mm,
ebyabwe nga tuyoola ebyabwe. So
mhm.
Abyssinia was not the
Naye nga,
first civilization said, for just because that is
mm,
where I think the last major migration we made. I think so. I want to think like that,
mm,
because after migrating
I,
Abyssinia, then again we have never had
mm,
a major. Okay, we said it's not immigration, but expedition. We did not make again a major
mm,
expedition where people were moving. Mm. This time
mm,
we began settle to most of us to our present day native lands. Others were cut short and they gave their land to the neighboring country.
mm.
So we remember
Then,
Abyssinia because after Abyssinia, we don't remember another time where Africans moved around Africa in bigger groups,
mm,
major what? Major relocating from one part to another. I think from that time where the
yeah.
Baganda settled have remained there.
Mm. I think what was you used like the word expedition. It was expeditions that we carried out in large numbers. Nayenga,
Mm,
I'm so grateful that we have you today in this because the amount of knowledge and experience that you carry with you is immense, and we're just glad that Katonda Atulese at this point in time okusobola
yeah,
to start discussing these things. Then I think the
yeah.
next question is you did talk about the prince or Mulangira, but many people
Mm.
haven't seen the picture that you showed us earlier on. If Osobolo Tugamba a little bit more kubanga njagala at least for the very most so that we learn more about the Bugwere today and Bugwere land and how it came to be uh, as a part of also Bukedi because we'll talk about this later on
Mm.
how many ethnicities are in
Ethnicities.
Bukedi state, but for now we'll start with the Bagwere. Uh,
Thank
so,
you.
and a little bit more about the prince as well and the form of rule and tradition in Bugwere land.
Thank you. So that again
Mm,
takes us back to the story we've just talked of uh, expediting
mm,
from Abyssinia. So And you have to also put it in to remember that Africans, not our history, we have not been taught our history. Our history is there. It is passed down through generations by in oral literature. So, uh, with the introduction of the school curriculum we follow, remember it overshadowed our history, so that you find that the a Mugwere who has not been fortunate to hear this story from his people definitely will argue and tell you, no, that is not the history of Mugwere, eh? Eh. Because he has never read anywhere. And mine is a virgin right. I'm combining it with language because I'm saying that to defend my history, I have to also understand that our language, our language is spoken by the natives, spoken by the natives. So, but not every native has had the opportunity. And of course, uh, the literal history that we share about us Africans is picked loosely here and there and that. So if other people tell you that no, the Bagwere came from Bunyoro, they are previously they were Bunyoro. That is partly true because we were coming we were coming from all corners of Africa. Eh? And met in one place, and we decided that we are going to speak this language and we shall be the natives of this place. But the history that has been passed down to me by my clan's people, they say that we, our clan, started from Abyssinia. eh, and then went to reached Congo, Bunyoro, Buganda, Bulamogi, then Bugwere. Okay, so when that is the case, not only our clan, not only our clan, also has shares that story. We have got now the clan of this prince, the prince I showed you. They also share the
Is
same,
that
a similar story. They also started from Abyssinia as a clan. eh? They didn't just come as nga Bannakampala nti we go ono ava gundi ono. They came as a clan.
yeah.
Ono ava Jinja, ono ava Kabale. No, they came as a clan. But for them, they didn't go up to Congo. Instead, for them, they passed, I think, in Kenya, entered the Bugisu land on Masaba because they remember Mount Masaba, and we know that Mount Masaba is in Bugisu. Then they left the mountain behind and penetrated the Bugwere land. Huh? So
Yeah.
the difference between the clan of the prince arrived before us, arrived before my clan, because the clan of
Oh.
they arrived before my clan arrived. But much as they had come from Abyssinia, they broke off the royal family uh, in Abyssinia. When they reached Bugwere, they were not. They didn't put much efforts in making Bugwere a monarchy. They were just interested in living there, harmonizing with their clan. And but again, at the same time, like I mentioned it earlier, when as we move from location to location, ebintu ebimu tubifunzaamu, ebirala ne tubiteeka ku bbali. Naye kakati Nankanyi eno clan ya Nankanyi y'Omulangira ono, baayagala beeyongereyo abaana abazaaliddwa nga bambejja nga balangira. ekyo tebaayagala kisuulirira baga nti era tujja kubakwatirira nga ki ng'abambejja kale bo mu kika kyabwe balinamu obulangira bwa mirundi ebiri balinamu bano ab'ensikirana oba babayita bansikirana bano abazaalibwa munankanyi mu royal lineage ate ne wabeerawo bano ababeera around batulowooza nga kati nga bwe tunagiyita ofiisi ya katiikiro anti ofiisi ya katiikiro is around the monarchy. Kakati ngaabo kakati balimu ba mirundi ebiri bano abatuula munankanyi mu administration na bano abali mu lineage eyo abazaalibwa nga balangira bonna balangira alright naye ate kubanga bakimanyi nti n'eri gye baava bonna tebaali balangira abalala baali awo ndowooza nga mu ofiisi ya katiikiro bwe batyo nga bo bakola ku administration be balabirira ki abalangira n'abambejja. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Mbadde nsaba otulageko ku kifaananyi ky'omulangira because I've seen it but for our members in the audience they haven't been able to see it. So
kanzireyo wali kubanga wali mbadde sirina gundi mbadde sirina place to get battery power. There he is.
Tewali obuzibu.
Omulabye kati? Omulaba?
Kati mulaba.
Ate kino kifaananyi kye ne famire ye n'omukyala we omukulu n'omu ku baana b'abakulu.
Ekifaananyi kya famire ye tetukiraba naye nga ye tumulaba.
Ekyo kati okiraba?
Kati kandabe.
Waliwo ebifaananyi bibiri ekyomulangira kakati ekyo
kati kirabika.
Kati oyo amuddiridde ye mukyala we Naabagereka nedda si Naabagereka mukyala we wa Prince kati oyo dota wa Prince oyo Mumbejja. Kakati oyo omulangira oyo yabeerako ambasada munankanyi mu gavumenti eri eya 1962 kati yabeerako ambasada e Buyindi ne Germany nga bamuyita Prince Engineer George William Kamba. Yafiira awo mu kavuyo ka gundi ka Amin. Yafiira kubanga gavumenti ya Obote bwe yawambibwa yali ali Germany ne baddeeka kakati awo yafiira mu kavuyo awo ka Amin in 1971. Yafa 1971.
There are so many questions that I want to ask you kubanga you are someone who has lived through also the colonial period and towards independence. Kubanga, we never get that chance. So, because it was towards independence, batugamba nnyo before, because njagala then tugende mu topic endala eri specific to Bugwere and looking at how they the traditions and how they look at the seasons. But before we go there, kubanga mwaka akadde oba mwaka akaseera, for the most part, Uganda, we were considered a protectorate. Abangereza, when they came, they said protectorate, and they left us in some kind of sense how we were. Nayenga, even with that, they still colonialism, yali colonialism. And as you said, the problem was our curriculum to begin with. So ekibuuzo ndowooza kye nnina, how different was it in that era that you got both two schools, the colonial school and the school at home, learning from your elders, learning from people in your community, versus today, naddala abaana ba mu diaspora, we are still searching for that community or that space where we can get shared knowledge about our ancestry versus in it's much harder in this modern world versus that we'll get that word is hard in Uganda naye nga you're comparing it to that era ate n'ekirala kye
Yeah.
mbadde njagala okubuuza with Uganda they made it seem like independence twamala gagifuna is that true kubanga I know probably it's not true twalwana naye nga if you know of any forms of resistance ezaaliwo towards our own independence.
Kaakati ebyo ebya independence ebyo okubeerawo
Mm,
okubeerawo
mm, yeah.
kaakati walingawo gundi Abafirika abamu ng'awo gundi nga tukyafugibwa
Mm,
abeeru baatuwa akakisa ako
mm,
baawa abantu bakitaffe ebyo byali biseera bya bakitaffe awo mu myaka bajjajjaffe si bakitaffe bajjajjaffe mu myaka
mm,
egyana emyaka egyasatu ana ng'Abafirika baweebwako
mm,
omukisa ne bagenda okusomera ebweru mu mawanga gali agabanankanye ba
oh,
colonial masters abamu nga bagenda okusomera gundi
mm,
France abamu bagenda okusomera
mm,
Portugal naffe ne tubeerako wano
mm, mm,
nankanye Britain wano ne tusomerako wano
mm,
ne gundi ne Prince w'e Buganda naye yaliyo yajja mu gurupu eyo yajja okusoma mu 1940s I think so. Naye
mm,
musoma mu katabo ka president wa Botswana bwe musoma kubanga be
mm,
baali mu gurupu eyo Africans who came to study in Britain.
mm,
Ate kakati why he
mm,
was in that book kubanga n'oli eyava egundi eyava e Botswana naye yali crown prince nga prince
mm,
Mutesa Edward nga Prince Edward naye bwe yali crown prince naye agenda kubeera ki
mm,
uh, king one day. So kati nga bo
mm,
balinako a bit of priority nga babawaako ka priority ako nga ba prince. Otherwise bwe batuula mu kibiina they were like ordinary other ordinary students. So kakati abantu mu
mm,
biseera ebyo nga bazze eno ebweru okusoma ne bafuna ekizibu
mm,
kya racism ng'abantu babayisa bubi ebintu
mm,
ng'ebyo. Kaakati awo
mm,
kubanga na bano bazze nga bavubuka ate b'amaanyi bato b'amaanyi ate basomi ne
mm,
bageziwalamu akatini. Gurupu eyo yennyini omwali nankanyi Prince Edward n'oli Prince Kama ow'e Botswana mwe mwali ne gundi mwe mwali ne
mm,
Nkuruma ow'e Ghana mwe mwali ne Jomo Kenyatta mwe mwali ne Nyerere mwe mwali ne n'ono omulala bamuyita Charles Njonjo ow'e Kenya. Abaami abo nga bakagezimunyu nga basoma bulungi era tolaba nti abasinga bwe baddayo eka baali ba pulezidenti kubanga gundi Nkuruma bw'addayo ewaabwe yafuuka pulezidenti. Nyerere bw'addayo ewaabwe naye yafuuka pulezidenti. Kenyatta bw'addayo ewaabwe naye yafuuka pulezidenti. Kuggyako Edward waffe is the one who did, I don't know if he made it to the top. So engeri gye baafuna gundi gye basafaringa racism ne bayiga. Kakati oyo gundi oyo Nkuruma oyo mwennyini ye yasooka okukola ki okulwanira nankanyi nation ye efune independence because Ghana was the first African country to
mm,
get independence. Naye ate kakati naffe
mm,
abaasigala kakati bwe tuzaaliwo awo mu myaka egy'ataano bakitaffe bajjajjaffe bazze baalekangawo bakitaffe nga bazaale ne bagenda okusoma eyo kati naffe nga tukuze naye ky'olina okumanya nti naffe omukisa ogusoma bulungi colonialism tetwagufuna bulungi kubanga mu biseera ebyaffe waaliyo emirembe nga ebya gavumenti tetubigoberera nnyo nga buli omu alina omulimu alya ku mulimu gwe, atalina mulimu ng'enkumbi terimba. Awo moto eyaffe mu Uganda yalinga enkumbi terimba nga ffenna amaka gaffe beesobola, batutwala mu bisulo bwe baba bagadde nga toyinza kwegomba mwana wa muntu nti kuba taata we alina emmotoka oba alina ki, kubanga ffenna twali bagagga. Abalimi baali bagagga, baalina obugagga bwabwe mu kulima. Ab'emirimu nabo baali nga balina emirimu gyabwe. Kale ebya gavumenti tetwabigendamu nnyo nga tuffe tetulina kye tusaba gavumenti, nga tetulina biseera ebyo ebiyimirirawo nti pulezidenti kino nga tubawulirako obuwulizi mu mawulire oba abalina TV ne babalabako ku TV nga tubalaba nga kintu kya wala nnyo ate nga kintu kya bbeeyi nnyo. Kale naawe n'oyo gundi oyo history oyo naye tamanyiddwa bulungi, kwegamba gyali mu butabotabo naye ate nabyo tebabituyigiriza munankanyi mu masomero. Kaakati awo 1970s bwe tutuuka mu 1970s awo ne tutandika oku-experiencinga climatic challenges. Omusana ne gwaka ewaffe mu Uganda, pamba n'atubulako, emmwanyi nayo n'ebula, gundi tobacco, byonna ebyatuwanga gundi our cash crops ne bituva mu ngalo ne tudda emabega, ate ne tufuna n'omufuzi eyali omunafu mu ndowooza ye, Idi Amin, n'atuzza emabega. Kale ate tetuddangamu ssituka. Kaakati ate ebyagundi ebya education nabyo ne bitabuka kubanga ffe bwe twasomera twalinga munankanyi nga tukola East African Certificate of Education. Naye awo mu mwaka ogw'79 eyo kakati East African Certificate of Education ne bagijjawo, kati ate ne tudda mu UNEB. Katolaba awo naawo ne tukosebwamu kubanga tumanyidde okusoma bwe tuti okola bwe ate kati tugenda kukyusa system. Awo nawo ne tukosebwamu akatono. But I think again we picked up. Kaakati mu myaka nga tukyali awo mu myaka egy'ensanvu ne wabeerawo ate omwami omulala, omuyizi omulala n'afuna munne ne babeera abayizi babiri. Omwami omu ng'ava mu gundi, ava mu Congo Brazzaville, n'omwami omulala ava mu Nankanyi mu Senegal. Ne basisinkana because both of them are French colonies. Ne basisinkana eyo mu Bufalansa. Nabo ne bakigwamu. Ndowooza oyo omwami omumanyi gundi Cheka Anta Diop, omumanyi nga muwulirako?
Cheka Anta Diop, yeah, because most of your work, by the way, it reminds me of how he has rewritten African history for us to understand a common heritage. Yeah.
Nja kuweereza n'akafaananyi ako kateeke ku gundi mu slides ezo. Oyo omwami abaami abo ababiri be basalawo ne bagamba nti apaana, tulina okubuuza abantu bano. Tulina okubabuuza ate kati abantu bayogerako be bantu ba UNICEF, be bantu ba United Nations. Ne wabeerawo debate nnene nnyo eyo e Cairo, n'ababuuza nti lwaki history wa Africa temwagala abeere mu bitabo. Ne beegaanagaana ne bagamba nti Africa talina history, naye n'aggyayo nankanyi ebizibiti. Awo kaakati awo That is when Africa was reborn. Ever since that time,
mm,
Africa nezibuka amaaso. Nezibuka amaaso, abaana ne bakwata ebitabo
mm,
ne bagenda ne bayiga olwo olulimi olwa hieroglyphs. Nabo ne badda eno ate ne batubuulirako. Naye kaakati tulina obunafu kubanga kaakati tulina amagezi agatumala. Tutandike okukola ki? Ffe bennyini tuzze history waffe munankanyi mu masomero.
mm,
Naye bano abagundi aba
mm,
United Nations
mm,
bakyagaanye buli kaseera batugamba in future kati bagamba mbu olyebeera eyo nga 1963 bwe bajja okukkiriza history wa Africa ayingire mu bitabo kubanga bawa explanation nti tusooke tuyige bulungi nnyo tubeere n'abakugu bangi nnyo mu Africa tulyoke kubanga history wa Africa mukugu nnyo tetulina buwongo tetulina namagezi agamuhandolinga, which is also true kubanga Africa weeyimiridde kati ne batuddiza ebintu byonna bino bye tukaabira wano nti balina ebintu byaffe. How are we going to look after them when we have not been reading history? We are not going to have the knowledge to take care of our artifacts. Naye nze kye nsaba kiri kimu nti obanga ddala bagenda kutuddiza ebyobugagga bwaffe. This is the time for us to start writing our languages properly, fetching methodology from mother language in antiquity. Kubanga, of course, it being a language of a different alphabet, it is going to be very difficult for us to learn. Kakati awo we neebuuliza ne ŋŋamba nti ate oba tusobola okuyiga ennimi ez'ebweru ez'Ebungereza ne tuziyiga ne tuzimastaringa era ne tubeera nga tudisikaasingiramu ki ekijja otugaana okuyiga olulimi olufaanana n'ennimi ze tuwogera kati ki ekijja otulemesaawo? Nze ndaba awo kijja kutubeerera kyangu. Kijja tubeerera kyangu kubanga buli kye boogera olwedde tukiraba naye tubadde tetukimanyi nti kyaffe kuva dda. Kakati ombuuzizaako nawali wombuuzizaako awo awa Colonial, how was school in colonial times? Again, you have to remember in up to the 1969 roughly, we were still attached to our indigenous ways of Africa. Kubanga ffe twabeeranga n'ebiseera ebituula wansi olw'eggulo nga bugenda owungeera ne tutuula awo n'abakulu baffe ne batubuulira ne batusomera engero. Engero tebazisoma munankanyi mu bitabo, bazisoma mu mitwe gyabwe. Ne tubeerako ne kwizi yo babiyita bitya quiz zino, how do they call it in Luganda, where you ask one another mugamba ndina ente yange kinava kiti kitegeeza ki babiyita
yes, riddles. They're kind of like riddles.
Exactly.
All right.
Ebintu ng'ebyo.
Yeah.
Naye kaakati yeyo yenjawulo eriwo okusomesa kw'ennaku zino nammwe abaana abali mu diaspora bwe muva ku ssomero mubeera mu homework, school homework. Naye ffe bwe twavanga mu kusoma nga tubeera n'ebiseera ebituula munankanyi mu ngero, nga tubeera n'ebiseera ebituula mu ate ne homework nga batuwa butini, ebirala byonna tubikolera ku ssomero. Naye kaakati wano ne bawa omwana homework bwe guti agenda agukolera eka. Omwana talina na biseera bikolako kintu kirala kyonna kubanga alina okukola homework oyo amumala. Kale naffe mu ngero omwo ate naffe abanyumirwa enankanyi folk songs ebitali bino eza disco nazo zina kye zituyigiriza naye bambi zikola ki? take a lot of space, and we tend to neglect folk songs. Those are some of the differences I could say between the education of nowadays and that time when there was colonialism, all right, but we were still attached to indigenous Africa, eh? Which is almost almost not possible nti abaana abazaliddwa in the 1970s up to now they really have attachment to indigenous Africa. Kubanga kakati awo mu myaka egy'ensanvu bayibuli yafuuka bayibuli, Kuruhani yafuuka Kuruhani. Kati children now are more of talking about the Bible, and it has occupied their space, and they hardly get time to indigenous Africa. Kubanga nina ekintu kye nnyinza okugamba mwana wange. It is too much Buganda culture, but it could be that you've hardly heard of it. That is nti okimanyi nga emmere y'enankanyi y'obulo mmere enkulu nnyo mu Baganda. N'obulo obumanyi? Wali olidde ku kalo? Akalo wali naye wali okaliddeko?
Yes, siri bubi nnyo. Yes, siri bubi nnyo. Nali nkaliddeko
Ndowooza
akalo
Prince
ko nkamanyi.
yajja okukutegeeza emmere ey'obulo mmere nkulu nnyo mu Baganda. Ate gattako n'enankaji n'olugero olwo olwa Kintu n'Ennambi n'obulo bwabwe. Tebaabuleetera nkoko zokka, n'abantu baali babulya. Mmere nkulu nnyo. Naye kati abaana Abaganda bakomaawo ku lugero lwa gundi lwa Kintu n'Ennambi ng'ate n'okulutegeera tebalutegeera. Byebyo kati yenjawulo eriwo wakati wa colonial schools n'okusoma kw'ebiro bino. Toyinza kimanya lwaki emmere ey'obulo nkulu nnyo mu Buganda. Toyinza kimanya naye nga gyeri. Kale bingi nnyo ddala, tetuyinza bimalayo, naye nze kye ŋŋamba nti bwe tukwatakwatako wano ne tukwatako wano ne tukwatako wali, abalala bayongeranga okwo, awo bwe tujja okukola ki? Bwe tujja okufuniramu. Naye tetuyinza kubisangulawo kusiimuulawo ne tugamba nti ebyo byali bya dda, kati ffe tuli ku Bayibuli. Weewaawo kaakati Bayibuli etuluddemu nnyo, egenda kubeera part of our history. But what is the use of adapting a new history intentionally to destroy our own? Because that is the aim of the Bible, to destroy our history. Nga so ekyandibadde ekituufu kyandibadde nti tusome Bayibuli basing on our ancestral knowledge. Kakati nganze sigaana kusoma Bayibuli, sigaana kusoma Quran, but because I've given myself the opportunity okuteekamuko ancient knowledge, so the way I read the Bible is not the same as a person who started from the Bible and is still on the Bible. Kubanga y'omukristaayo oba omusiraamu oba ow'enzikiriza yonna yonna in those foreign religions to Africa, bakimanyi nti that is the only way to be, and they even know their books are holy kubanga they branded them holy books. But if they are holy, how come they are books of yesterday? They are books of yesterday. And how come that whatever is written in those books is coming from older books? Older books which you don't like the indigenous people to know about. So if you really get that, our ancient knowledge, we shall look at the Bible. Kubanga ne bakugamba nti Adamu ne Eva n'ono omwana gwe bayita Jesus, all of them they have true copies in all the African spirituality. Eh? Oyo omwana atudde ku magulu ga mukadde we gwe bayita Mariya ne Yesu. Eh? The story doesn't begin from there. That story has been manipulated from African mythology. Eh? So for me, when you tell me Jesus, I can say, okay, fine, it's a name. Eh? Or if you tell me God, I know fine, but I know that before I knew God, I had already known Kibumba.
Mm, mm.
And if
That's
I
true.
want
You know when
yeah, and if I want to to discuss the Bible, because I cannot debate the Bible, I don't have that knowledge, but I can
mm,
discuss it. So what will I base on to discuss it? Eh? I must have a background information if I have to discuss it. Naye kati omuntu bw'animba nti kino ekigambo kyawandiikibwa Katonda era tewali akyongerako, tewali akijja akitoolako. Where are you getting that knowledge? Eh? And if
that's a
eh,
good question to
ate
ask.
Katonda
Yeah.
yeah, naye Katonda yatusooka kuno. Ye how come nti ate ne Bayibuli teyasooka kugituwa? Eh? N'asooka alinda abantu ne bawandiika ebitabo
Mm.
byabwe. There are too many books before the Bible. Oba before even
Mm,
the Quran is even
mm,
younger than the Bible. Hmm?
mm.
Kubanga ne bw'ogamba
True.
nti why is it only the Bible and the Quran? Na ziri eddiini ez'omunankanyi ez'omu Asia, eh? They also evolved from African spirituality. Eh? Bano be bayita Buddha. Tomulabanga naye Buddha naye alina kinky hair. Eh?
Mm,
Buze ndi Buddha naye Buddha alina kinky hair. Eh? Era ne Buddha waabeera n'empologoma bwebeerawo. Naye empologoma nsolo ya Africa. How do the two become natives of Asia? Era abantu bwe bagenda balamuka oba bafuna knowledge. Kakati omanye nga Japan yesingirayo ddala obutabeera na nzikiriza. Eh? When they mention the 10 nations of the world that are making distance from religious beliefs, Japan is number one, is on top of the list. Because they have realized that here we are retelling other people's stories. Some of us have been so manipulative. Embozi y'Abafrika yonna yonna they have taken off this, they have rubbed that, they have put in that, they have put that you can no longer know that this story goes back to Africa. But again, you ask yourself, why did they say Africa, cradle of civilization? And then they zip their mouths. They don't want to go into details. They don't want anybody to explain why Africa is called the cradle of civilization. Instead, they bring in quickly. And now let's give you development aid. But now aid, start from there. Tolabanga nako kakodyo kutulemesa.
of
But now it is
course.
too late. But now it is too late. It's too late. Now we are just looking for ways to go back to where
Mm,
we came from. Where we came from. Because Kemet, like they call it Egypt. Egypt is not the only civilization in Africa. Egypt or Kemet is the youngest civilization of Africa. Eh? There are many older civilizations in interior Africa. Eh? Talk of agriculture and technology began in what in interior Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro. Talk of the science of mummification. Eh? Teyatandikira mu Kemet, yatandikira mu Libya. Eh? Akati abano abakebeti ne babayigirako. Eh? Ne bwakubadde
mm,
nga guno bino enankanyi bino meteorology oba metowaaka bino ebyanankanya ebya iron enkumbi ebyo byonna byonna ebyobulimi ebyo byonna biva byaliyo mu Africa naye ojjukira wali mu ntandika nakugambyeko nti civilization bwe yatandika mu Africa abantu baatera ne bakiraba nti beetaaga moral laws. They created spirituality ng'abantu balina okubeera n'enzikiriza ate enzikiriza ey'edda ye ate yali nzibu nnyo nga tobeera wanzikiriza ku sabbiiti kwokka oba ng'oyigidde mu nankanyi mu yeekaalu naye ng'olina okubeera omukkiriza buli lunaku buli lunaku olina mu munankanyi mu principles ejjana mu bbiri weeronderamu entonotono z'onoosobola kubanga toyinza zimalayo zonna ana mu bbiri olondako entonotono noga nti olwaleero kino njagala kino nkikole nakino nkikole nakino nkikole bwotyo bwesituka mu ndiriyo kyokola kakati awo waliwo enjawulo n'omuntu agamba nti nze ndi mukristaayo nnyo oba ndi musiraamu nnyo nsaala emirundi 5 olunaku oba nsaba emirundi 2 tebitandise kati ne Bayibuli ne Kurani byadda Abafrika twali tubimanyi era nkugambye nti n'okwetiika nankanyi simba ey'omusana ku mutwe is spiritual obeere nenankanyi ne weight eyo ku mutwe gwo ng'okimanyi nti ng'omusana tegunafuluma siba na magezi omusana gujja buli kumakya omusana bwe guvaayo tuba tumanyi nti kati tufunye ekitangaala tugenda kukola ki tugenda kwesomesa tugenda kufuna amagezi nga obudde tebunaziba era obudde bwe buwungeera nga ate odda wali ng'ate weeyanza Mukama neeyanziza taata bye neeyamye olwaleero mbisobodde nenkya bwotyo kale n'okusaba ba colonialist oba ba missionaries si be batuyigiriza okusaba fe okusaba buli kaseera oba okusinza Mukama ate n'ekirala kakati nankanyi ebitooke byaboonoona mu Abaganda kubanga ekitooke ekyo bw'okisimba kibeerawo myaka na myaka naye kakati nga ffe abalina okuteekamu ebibala annually buli lwe tuba tugenda okusimba si kusimba as such but you know there's a rain season. There are 2 rain seasons that used to pass kati we have climatic challenges ebintu byayononekamu and by the way we have to touch that time management a bit before we close. So kakati rain season bwetuuka if you take out that time management slide so that we look at it as I explained.
Even now, while you were explaining.
Exactly. So tolabaawo kakati these words in Lugwere. You don't speak Lugwere, but you can somehow guess what the word is trying to explain. So mu mwezi ogwa January tetera kubeera enkuba yateranga kujja mu makkati g'omwezi ogwokubiri ndowooza. Kakati awo mu mwezi ogwa January nga enfuufu nyingi mpitirivu. Kakati enkungu means dust. In Lugwere we call dust nkungu. So because most of agricultural names really relate to feminism. So kimanyi naawe mu Luganda okimanyi nti bwe tuba twatula erinnya ly'omwana ow'obuwala tutandika ne NA. kakati
Mm.
kakati n'ebyo ebintu ng'ebyo ebitubeezaawo mu culture nabyo we put them in feminine feminine
Mm.
form. Eh?
Yeah.
So kubanga we depend on nature, so everything is feminine like that. So kakati awo omwezi ogw'olubereberye tuguyita gundi nankungu, time of too much dust, and it is explained there. Uh, so really, I don't even have to bother to explain to you. But again, we also talked about uh, what is it about us Africans? And I was saying, don't you see, we call each other brothers and sisters. Mm? So you find that in this time management, I think you also have the way you. What I want to say that most of the names relate to agriculture, but do you know that all of us Africans, not all of us, but about 85% African communities, we depend on agriculture. Agriculture is our main what? Our main source of work. We normally work in fields. You know that? You believe that?
Because we're looking at the whole of Bantu were
Not only
farmers.
Bantu, not only Bantu, the whole of
Even
Africa.
others. Yeah, because
Yes,
even in Australia, I was surprised when agriculture is one of their main forms of
exactly,
sustenance. Yeah.
exactly. So you find that all these names are
Mm.
related to agriculture. There is no, but if you had been maybe a what traders, maybe we would
Mm.
be giving our months. We would have named our months things related to business, because it is the job you do. Uh,
Mm.
that guides you how you create how you shape your language. But because we are
Yeah.
mostly agrarians, so all these names here relate to agriculture.
Mm.
Because you see normally in May, I think, yes, May, that's the time when all our crops are in the ground. Huh?
Mm.
So and then
Nyanza.
we have food scarcity, and then
Mm.
in Luganda you call it enjala, in
Mm.
Lugwere we call it nzala. Eh?
Mm.
So the May month is called Nanzala. That is the month of hunger,
Mm.
of hunger
Okay.
because hunger, because we depend on perennial crops. So before the
Mm.
harvest, we suffer a bit. We suffer a bit. In fact,
Mm.
me growing up, matoke was called light meal, and we ate it in the evening because we said matoke is light, we can eat it for dinner. But lunch, we needed a much what stronger food, and that is
Yeah.
millet. So
Mm.
we mostly ate millet for lunch. Then we ate a light meal of matoke because we shall soon be going to sleep, and it takes long to digest millet or posho or beans. Those ones take much longer. But matoke to us is light.
Mm.
It's light
Mm.
food, so we preferred to eat matoke
Mm.
for dinner. And also, it was also kind of a delicacy, a delicacy.
Mm.
So we ate delicacy in the evening, and when we
Mm.
finish to eat our matoke, then we sit down to listen to lamp tales when our grandparents start telling us the stories, passing down information. It was not just a matter of passing time. It was not leisure, but it was education time. Education time. So that's how we got
So,
those months. There was another picture. I think it has kind of methodology. If we can just go through it
yeah,
quickly. I think
I
it has.
think we're going to go. Yeah, we're going to go on the next slide. and then you can break down, because this previous one tubadde twogera ku language, so we're going to go on fetching methodology
Yeah,
from the mother language side.
exactly. So this is the experience
Kubanga
I
even
gain.
here, mm,
This
no,
is the
mbadde ngamba
experience I
because
gained.
even here, like the word battle. Oh no,
Sorry.
sorry, please. Oh no, I was saying here that it is right, like how you've pointed out how all these words are similar. Because I saw Gatonya and I knew immediately what it meant. The time
Uh-huh,
of
exactly.
so
That.
much.
Uh-huh.
So,
Mm.
mm,
So
now, yeah,
at the
mm,
beginning, we talked about languages,
mm,
how we who are interested in history, how languages
mm,
help us to discuss what we like to do. Well, I mentioned it to you.
mm,
You asked me, why do you call a language in the past mother language? How about these languages we speak today? Yes, today also
mm,
these languages we speak. Yeah,
mm,
because for you to say Luganda is my mother language, that is also correct. But also
mm,
to say that Luganda is a sister language to Lugwere, that is also correct.
mm,
So if they are sister languages, why do we call them sister languages? Because they are being spoken at the same time. Eh?
mm,
And
mm,
they are being spoken at the same time. In the meantime, they evolved from a common language. So the language
mm,
from which they evolved, that becomes the mother language to sister languages. So it is also
mm,
true to say that the languages we speak today are called sister languages. So if they are sister
mm,
languages, eh, then it means they have a mother, they have a genetic mother. Huh? So the further we go behind, huh, that
mm,
language becomes a
yeah.
mother language. The languages we are speaking
Mm,
at the same time, those are called what? Those are called sister languages. Hmm? And also, you remember I explained to you that a good example is how Indo-Europeans write their languages. They write their languages fetching methodology from mother languages, Latin and Greek. But they don't stop there. They also compare. Yeah? Because for example, many people, I don't speak French, so I just hear it doesn't make sense to me. They say that English, hmm, has a lot of copied words from French. But French is not even the oldest language, because again, I understand the Indo-European languages are called Jamaic, something like that. So you will find that the way you hear Bagwere speak, sometimes you pick one word or two. Something when you hear Banyankole when they speak, you pick one word or two, and all the Bantu languages, at least there's something you get, or something that
mm,
will motivate you to ask, when you said that, what did you mean? And then when somebody
mm,
explains to you, you find that it is similar to what you already know in your language. Okay.
mm,
So, the proper way of writing languages, one thing that we have to fight for is not to write our languages as we speak them, and we even create. For example,
mm,
now I know there is now a what there's a Luganda dictionary, eh? But you will
yeah.
find that they're only explaining words in Luganda the way they speak it. They will never tell you. I don't know. But you let me know if in the Luganda dictionary there's something that will tell you that this word also is spoken in Lugwere or is spoken in another language, because for us Bagwere we are just beginning
Mm,
to write our language now. But I think the word
mm,
Lunyoro Toro is written down from a long time ago, and so is Runyankole
mm,
Ruchiga, or it is called Runyankole Ruchiga. But in the dictionary, will you ever see anything in either in Runyankole Ruchiga or Lunyoro Rutoro or in Luganda which says this word uh, is also spoken in the other language. No, we only write the languages as we speak them, and we limit them to that community which speaks that language. The bad habits we learn from colonialisms. Eh? If I tried to speak Luganda, you'll ask, now are you Muganda? Eh? Instead of embracing but the correct way of us relating to each other, Africans, is to say that our languages are sisters, and we are sisters and brothers because we speak sister languages. But now we go into those selfish questions. Now oli Muganda, ate n'onayogedde Oluganda talumanyi. Now, at least I've tried. At least I've tried. But is that a Chiganda thing? No, that is a Kampala thing. That is a colonial thing. So those are the things that we have to teach ourselves to remove from our languages. We should be interested in learning how other languages are formulated, and then even to understand our own languages better. I think so, and to take them to next thing. So in
Next
this
level.
chart, no, that chart, let it be
But
there. So I want to tell you
yeah,
how
before we
I
get into
formulated it. Okay.
before we get into this chart into detail, because I think this is a very important chart to actually for all of us, so that's to together. Let us take a small break and then come back and
Okay.
start with this chart so that all our attention is cued in onto this. Tusobole okunywa ku
Fine.
mazzi, and then we'll be right after the break and
No,
we'll start immediately
two.
with this chart.
Fine. How many minutes?
We'll just
Those are the good things we've learned from colonialism. Byonna si bibi. Mulimu ebirungi bye twayiga.
yeah.
The importance of a federal system of governance in Uganda. 1. Federalism restores peace and regional stability. 2. Federalism promotes political participation. 3. Federalism encourages economic development across the country. 4. Federalism provides multiple levels of government action. 5. Federalism accommodates a diversity of opinions. 6. Federalism protects against tyranny of the majority. 7. Federalism promotes unity without imposing uniformity. Register today and join the UFCC Assembly by visiting www.ufcc.uk. Obwetaavu obw'enkola eya federo mu Uganda. Ekisooka, enkola eya federo eteekawo eddembe n'obutetenkefu mu bitundu eby'eggwanga. Ekyokubiri, enkola eya federo buli omu asobola okwenyigira mu by'obufuzi. Ekyokusatu, enkola eya federo eyambako ebyensimbi mu kulaakulana mu ggwanga. Ekyokuna, enkola eya federo essaawo emitendera mu gavumenti amateeka gasobole okuteekebwa mu nkola. Ekyokutaano, enkola eya federo essaawo okuteesaganya n'okwanjula ebirowoozo. Ekyomukaaga, enkola eya federo eyambako okutaayiza effugabbi eri bannansi. Ekyomusanvu, enkola eya federo eteekawo okwegatta awatali kukakaatika madiini, ennono oba ebyobulamu. Weewandiise ku lukiiko olwa UFCC ku www.ufcc.uk.
Welcome back from that short break. And right off where we left off, I would love to invite our guest back, our elder in the studio, Comfort Onye, to go through the methodological retracing of our languages back to our mother language, right from where we had left with this the screen.
Thank you. I'm happy to be back.
Welcome back. We can hear you. So twabadde tukomekereza on this chart, and you were going to break down for us how this chart provides methodological evidence of how all our languages do trace back to mother language, and how we
Thank
can
you.
use this to understand.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned earlier, that in the book we showed in the first slide, mother language, our common good in antiquity. So that language is called Reni Kemet, but also you can easily call it the hieroglyphs, the Egyptian hieroglyphs, because those ones now who are living in Egypt prefer it to be called Egyptian hieroglyphs. That's fine as long as we know what we are talking about. We don't have to fight over that. So that language was written in symbols, and those symbols were pictures actually, pictures of our body parts and the African fauna, the birds, the animals. You won't find in that language a symbol of an animal that is not indigenous to Africa. That is one thing also that proves the language is ours. It was written during the Kemetic civilization. So good news is that that language you can easily teach yourself that language within just a week if you are very good at teaching yourself. But I think it's better if you join those who teach the language on you do online studies. They normally spread the course over 12 weeks. The book is 8 chapters, so that over the 12 weeks, it's not everyday school. It's only one day a week and only 2 days, 2 hours. Within 2 hours, you cover substantial information, and you become motivated. Just when you get on chapter 1, you'll be motivated to go and attempt chapter 2 yourself, because once they've told you given you the details and how the language is read and why this is that and that, then you can continue on your own. So after 12 weeks, behind every chapter, there is a questions, A, B, C, D questions to answer so that you test yourself how you are doing. And then at the end of the 12 weeks, or when you are ready, you ask for your exam and once it has two parts. There's the theory and the practical. The theory is the 100 questions of A, B, C, D, and then the practical part, which is part B, they will give you a what? Uh, a chart, a piece of chart is the one uh, with the uh, with the people talking or writing down what they wrote down. Then you interpret the hieroglyphs yourself. You take them from the pictures to key sensitive format, and then to English or another language you want. That is how it works. So when you have that one, that language, of course, is like English. There is the basic, then there is intermediate, then there is advanced. But I promise you that once you do the 12 weeks course, that is the basic, you'll be good to go if you're an African, because you'll start identifying things in your indigenous language that are also found in this language. So the question is, how can it be? Because that was a language spoken thousands of years ago. And how come that in my language I'm speaking today, I find similar things in my language? So that is the whole objective, is that you get something in the mother language to help you understand your indigenous language better. Once you've learned that, you'll never want to write only your language. You'll want also to know which other African language can I understand from what I see in my community that is also there in other communities. So that is the objective. So for me, with this chart, I was trying to show what words or which how buildings I identify in Africa uh, that date
Mm,
back to the mother language. If you put back the chart once more, please.
I think the producer is gonna put the chat back on, and
Yeah,
yes, that.
that's the chart. So my face is covering the top part, but at least uh on the top on the top row, I write
Mm,
down a few languages. Uh,
mm,
uh, I start with the mother language is in the far left,
mm-hmm,
and no. In the far left, I write down the object. Then
yeah.
the next row, I write down the name of the mother language, and then I have to
Mm,
start with my native language, Rugwere, and then the other
mm,
languages I've had somewhere elsewhere. So in Southern Africa, I've had some words both in Botswana and South
mm,
Africa, and in West Africa, I've had some words also in some houses in the Dogon community, and then of course
mm,
English and Norwegian, because I speak Norwegian also. So
okay.
you find that I think I mentioned to you that in the beginning of time, when man
Mm,
created the language,
mm,
he started with two words, a,
yeah.
a consonant and a vowel, and then
Wow.
he made those later on he made those words stand into four, and he continued like
Mm,
that. But at that time, man was not writing down. Writing came much
mm,
later. This writing, the writing of the hieroglyphs, is dates
mm,
back to about 4,300 BCE.
mm,
Okay, so when they started writing down, they would write down only consonants. They never wrote down the vowels. So
mm,
you find that the first word, which is NTR,
mm,
that word, you
mm,
find it in English, it is called nature, and in
mm,
Norwegian, it is called netcheru.
mm,
And they call it neta also. And in
mm,
Southern Africa, they call it ntere and
mm,
ntore. But do you
mm,
see something common in all those words?
It's the build up to it's the NTR.
Yeah. So you can put in
Mm.
any other vowel, but that doesn't change it.
Oh, now I see.
Yeah.
Mm,
Eh?
mm,
But you can't change
mm,
the consonants.
mm,
So that is all with
mm.
all other language. To
Because
understand how
mm,
words, how we pronounce the words the way we pronounce them. Uh, the consonants remain, but you can put in any
mm,
other word, any other
the
vowel.
vowel.
Mm,
Okay.
mm,
Okay.
mm. So that
So,
word doesn't necessarily have to be in your language, but
mm,
the inspiration is to see that the same word is in several other
mm,
languages, and it is still
mm,
pronounced, it is constant from the beginning.
mm, mm,
Okay.
mm. Yeah.
So then we go to Vana. Of course, Vana is the same thing in Uganda. You also call it Vana. And
Mm,
when you go to the Botswanas, they call it Twana. And when you go to South,
mm,
it's Bana. And again, you come to Norwegian, also they call it Bana. The pronunciation is the same. Now, here you will see that there are two consonants, B, N. Everywhere you go, you will find BN. Eh? And you remember a little while ago, I told you some people get the last vowel and put it back into the word. That's what
into the word
Norwegians,
itself.
they do. They got
Mm,
the vowel at the end and put it back into the word.
mm,
So then we got the next word. It's called love of wisdom in ancient Africa. They called
mm,
it sabite.
mm,
But for us in Luganda and Lugwere, we
mm.
just say saga, saga, and you have to remember that the way you twist that word saga in Luganda is the way we twist it. Eh?
Mm.
Eh? But again, you have to be careful because it is used in several ways. Because when
Yeah,
we are joking, you can say osaga.
yeah,
Eh?
that's what I thought. Because
Eh,
could you please explain? Because for me, when you say saga, I always thought that we're taking an English word and Lugandanizing it. Oh,
No,
mudemu
no, no,
saga.
no. What I wanted to tell you is the word doesn't start from
Mm,
Baganda. The word dates back
mm,
to where? To
mm.
Sabite. And you know that kakati ngabo well, if we are talking about omunamawulire tumuyita omusasi waffe atusakira amawulire tolabaawo eh? Ate kati ne bwe tuba nga twogera in our simple language bwe ŋŋamba ti Daisy
Mm,
mbuulira kino kyabadde osaka byange osaka byange tolabaawo
mm,
eh?
mm, mm, mm,
Ndikusakamu
mm. Got you,
amawulire
got you.
kyokka
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we are
It's
doing
all
the same
connected.
thing.
Okay.
But we are
Mm,
talking about the same thing because we are looking for
mm,
knowledge. eh? So we are looking for knowledge.
mm,
So
mm, mm,
the what? The wise man in Dogon
mm,
is called a sigi,
mm,
or a sage. A sage, you know that a
mm,
sage is somebody. Huh? But what does a sage do? A sage gives you information, communal information, reliable information. Ye musasi waffe, eh?
mm,
Gwe
mm.
tuggyako amagezi. But all of those ones are within what? Love of knowledge. Huh? So when ogenda kusaka amawulire, because you hunger for knowledge, you are doing the same thing. So in the English, saga becomes Sophia. Sophia is the same word, love of knowledge. And even the words, I think the Arabs also use Safia, but they're talking about the same subject, love of knowledge. When you
Mm.
get to Norwegian, they call it Sonia. So when you hear the name Sonia, they're talking about uh, love of knowledge, hunting for knowledge. Then we come to the word mother. The word mother also dates back to uh, to 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 uh, time of civilization in mother language. And you'll find that also the AMTR is constant everywhere you see. They can add in other words, but MTR is what? Is constant. Why we Bantu just kept ma, we just repeated the same word mm, is yet something to that we can discover underway. But as of now, we can just see the regularities that the MTR is there in English and it is there in Norwegian, even if they have added some vowels. Then when it comes to decision making houses, I wanted to put there a slide of those decision making houses. In ancient Kemet, it was called Hawat Kaputar, eh? House of words. And when we say house of words, it's not house of Rugambo, naye house of important decision making. Eh? In
Mm.
Rugwere, we have a small, normally it is a small house, and you can even call it a shrine, but that is normally
Mm.
that is normally in the center of the home. It's where we receive visitors, it's where we sit and eat and dance, but we should never sleep in that house. And it has to be open 24/7. There can be two or three or many doors, but those doors must not have frames. You can never close it. It is a house that you come in and get out as you wish, but you have to respect it, because we can sit in it and use it as a dining room. We can sit in it and use it as a dancing hall. And then
Like a
again, we can,
chicken ball.
yeah, something like that.
Mm.
But again, at the
Mm.
same time, it is our place of worship. When again we want to observe that little time of worship, eh, then everything else has to, the time of worship takes priority. All other things can wait until we're finished to worship. Then we can go back and use it for other things. So there are
Temples,
two
like the
things.
idea of, yeah. It
Yeah,
goes
the
back to
temple.
us about spirituality and how it was deeply ingrained in our life. It wasn't go to church on Sunday, go to the mosque on Friday. It was
No,
everyday
it was
life, everything you do.
everyday life.
Mm.
You can get up when you
Mm.
see the what the Hawet Kaputa is free. There are no other activities going there. You can go there and kneel on your own and you pray and you get out like that. So you find that in Swana it is called Kotola, and in South Africa it's called Lekotola, and then in Dogon it is called Taguna. But I have to give you that slide because you need it. You know what is the common among these houses, Tagona Temple, and Kirolero and Kotola, is that they're built in a certain way and they have all to be like that. They are built eh, in a s-
That's
in
the
a,
next
in
question I was gonna ask.
a mm.
Oh, sorry, but continue. Yeah, you're heading in that direction because you mentioned that it had to be
Mm,
built whereby it has specific doors and specific windows, where even the house itself, or like where we
mm,
lived, was modeled to our
yeah,
spirituality. If you can explain on that house for us.
exactly. Yeah. So
Mm,
this house, because
mm,
we are not separate from our ancestors. Huh? So
mm.
that's why it
Say that
has always to have
again.
more. Sorry.
No, I think our generation I was just saying as we need to
Mm.
hear that over and over again for our generation that we're not
Yeah,
separate from our ancestors. That's what they took away
we
from
are
us. They
not.
separated us from our
No.
ancestors. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Mm,
it is we Africans who have a proverb which says, I am because you are because I am. Now, so is who is that you? It can't be only your
mm,
child because you're also somebody's child,
mm,
and your mother was
mm,
also, your parents were also somebody's child. So when we say I am because you
mm,
are, we are referring to the generations to come, as well as we are referring to the generations that have been here before us. So
mm,
we are not separate from them.
mm,
Even our ancestors that are long gone, we know that we see them
mm,
in wind energy. Eh? We feel into the
mm,
in Jajja, eh? Things like that.
mm,
So we said that when that house is open, our ancestors can come in
mm,
when they can, and they
mm,
can move out when they. That is what we mean.
mm,
Eh? But again, you find that
mm,
uh, all these houses they call parliaments here, or they call temples here, they are important decision making houses. They cannot be without spirituality. There is nowhere, there is
mm,
absolutely nowhere where the important decision making is nowhere that is a place of important decision making that doesn't observe
mm,
spirituality, because spirituality is the
mm,
power and is the authority everywhere. Na wano walaba wano mu jubiri wano nga banyeenya ebyuma ebya jubiri, they had to show it in a spiritual moral. eh? So that we shall never know that knowledge if we don't push and we learn that language to use it as a mirror, eh? To understand why our communities are the way they are. eh? Our languages also help us because now we speak them, we know the words. So we can also use our languages as a mirror to understand what happened, yeah, in ancient Africa. So our languages, our sister languages, mirror for us what happened in ancient Africa, and the ancient Africa languages also mirror for us what why we are the way we are, why we weave the way we weave. You see, also there is a lot of language in our the patterns we weave in our baskets, the uh, the patterns we weave in our mikeka, the patterns we weave in the clothes we wear. eh? Lwaki olubugo tulwetaaga mu buli mikolo gyaffe egy'ekinansi? Lwaki olubugo lunobeerako? Naye kakati bw'obanga tolina magezi ago, oli ku bayibuli yokka, kakati ng'otandika okugamba nti abanankanyi abambala embugo maseta. eh? Ng'ate omwo mwe muli spirituality. Era ne wano kunankanyi ku jubiri eya Elizabeth, oba weetegereza, oba ekifaananyi ekyo tewakikwata, nze nakikwatira ddala. Bagenda ne batubuzaabuza wano, naye wali oli awo ne bajjayo eŋŋoma ziri zennyini nnyini, naye nga toyinza gikuba nga toyambadde gundi, toyambadde eddiba lyangu. Nkyekulaga wano ebyo ebifaananyi nabikwata, era walaba nabali abasajja wano bwe bagenda wali munankanyi, bwe baba bagenda mu kereziya, olaba enyambala, ennyambala abagenda ababeera
Oh yeah,
those
the
big
robe.
churches. Naffe bwe twambala ewaffe lwakuba nti ffe tubeera mu mbugo naye gwe tunuulira engeri engoye ezo gye gyambalibwamu olyoka olabira eddala nti tewali njawulo nenankanyi n'embugo zaffe ze tuyingira nazo munankanyi mu mayumba g'abajjajja. So that's why the Bible was cleverly written to come and twist us from what is typically ours. Ate n'ekirala oyogeddeko ku libation, eno envinnyo gye banywa munankanyi mu makanisa, is a true libation. They are taking it from African libation ne bagiyingiza wano kolta ne bagikyusaamu, but it's the same thing. Kale ebyo bwe tuba nga tuwandisa Oluganda nga bwe tulwogera, nange olugwere ne mpandiika olugwere nga bwe ndwogera, buli kaseera tujja kulowoozanga nti bwe biti bwe biri. No, we have to compare our languages. We have to sit together and we pull out these things. Nze bwe nzigyayo ogundi ekirolero kyewaffe naye kakati ennankanya e Buganda ndowooza si kigangu kiteekwa okubanga ennyumba eyo eteekwa okubanga nyumba y'abajjajja kubanga eteekwa okubeerako mu level of spirituality. Kakati bo abeegundi bo aba West Africa, the Dogon people, ennyumba eyo terina kubeera mpanvu era mu nnyumba eyo toyinza kuyimiriramu kubanga eyo nnyumba ya important decision making. Bw'oyingiramu olina otuula oba oyagala okuyimirira fuluma kyokka tekuli kanjikuweereze wano kyokka tekuli miryango mulimu mpagi all over around, naye kasita oyingira bwoti mu mpagi n'oyingira munda olina tuula. All of us are equal when we are in that house, and you don't speak if you have not been given power. There is order. Nga bw'olaba mu kereziya bw'oyingira mu temple, you even feel yourself nti you are in a different place. You can't just enter the temple and you talk anyhow. Okiwulira buwulizi nti here I have to be humble, I have to be polite. N'ezo ennyumba ezo zonna kakabe n'akanya akewaffe ebugwere kubanga abagwere, you know, we can sometimes be so lazy. We make it so small like this, but we don't care. We sit there because it's, by the way, it's not only the house. Even a tree, you can choose this tree nti omuti guno n'ogwo n'olaba nga omuti ogwo nagwo guli spiritual. You don't just play around that tree. When you near that tree, you humbleize yourself, really be in a conscious place, a state of mind, until you move away. Then you can go and treat any other tree anyhow. But once a tree is chosen, maybe by the community or the clan or the family, this tree shall be treated as this. It will be our meeting place. Then we respect it as such.
Okay.
What?
Kubanga
That have grown up.
I think that obadde ebadde ekola ki yeetemaatemamu, but the equally ng'era nga bwe tulina amasabo oba amasibiro, these things continue to reappear. Yeah, we're doing the same things but calling them different or similar things.
And you don't
people.
have them because and you don't have them because you are Baganda. You have them because you are descendants of Ancestral Africa. Okutegeeza.
That's important. Repeat that one. That's important for people to understand.
But anyway, the way we have been taught divide and rule. Gano masiro gaffe ga Baganda. Nedda. Eryo ssinziro lyaffe. nange omugwere kasitamu
mm,
beera in that conscious state of mind, nyingira mu masiro nga manyi nti wano
mm,
lino ssenzezo. Eh,
yeah, mm.
okuggyako
Right.
ng'omwana wakula nga without any morals, without any morals na bino
Mm,
ebyokwepanka mbu nze nalokoka ebyo sezizaziza. I can't, you really, if you are moral, let even the Bible teach you if some place is a place of worship, respect it as such. Eh? If you don't like, don't go there, but don't go to burn other people's place. Bagamba gano masitaani naye tomanyi abakolonialist kye batukola, batuwugulaza ne batugamba ffe bennyini, but we may be the ones to burn our own houses, ekibi kisigale ku ffe. N'ekyo tetukiraba.
mm,
Twandibadde n'amagezi natugamba gwe oba tekikugasa gwaba akikumako, naye nze siyinza kukuma ku kizimbe kyentegedde nti kyendaba n'aganga agalaba nti eryo ssinzizo ly'abantu. Bwe ndaba tekinsaana, tambula egigyo ogindi,
mm,
naye toddaawo
mm,
lwogamba nti ngikumeko omuliro kubanga gano masitaani. There is no moral in that. There is no moral in that. You cannot go and destroy other people's place of worship. That is wrong.
of
Those are the things
course.
that we have to be
And
conscious. Those are the things we have to be conscious of. The importance of learning mother language, it is our unifying factor. If we don't know that language, then we shall always think that a Muganda is a Muganda and a Mugwere is a Mugwere. But we are sisters and
mm,
brothers. Yeah.
mm,
Kakati
and
wano, this picture, I also,
Wanji,
because mwekyo ekitabo ekyo ekyagundi ekya mother language, at the end of the book, I'm trying to show which steps we can go through as we teach ourselves. But remember also that we are living the era called the SDG 2030. Yatekebwawo United Nations. Kakati on the left, and it is self-explanatory here. Let's read. Africa we want. You want iconic icons of Africa, cradle of civilization, to be your icons of sustainable development, humanity, human dignity over the United Nations and their NGOs hiding Africa behind the veil of ignorance. They hide us behind the veil of disease. They hide us behind the veil of hunger and poverty, as if these are cultures for Africa. That's not right. Kakati tunuulira ng'ekifaananyi nga kino. Mazima abaana bange Abafrika, senga nze abakuba ekifaananyi kino, it would have looked different. But because people always are teaching us they are always hiding us behind the veil of hunger, poverty, and ignorance. Abaana baffe bonna ne babakuba ebifaananyi ebitasaana ne babiraga ku TV ne baddamu kyokka batutugunyule ku mitima. Naffe ffennyini Abafirika ne twevumirira mbu obwo bwana bwa mukyalo. Baana bo kakati nga nze omuzadde ntandika oga nti obwo bwana bwa mukyalo. Ani abazaala nti ffe bazadde? Bonna baana. Si bwe tutyo bwe tugamba mu Luganda, bonna baana.
kituufu, bonna baana.
Bonna baana. Kakati nga kino ekifaananyi ekya wansi on the left tolaba, kakati tolaba kino ekya brown, left ako ka brown ako kanankanya ako ka half circle ako ka brown, ng'ab'edda bwe bakozesanga bow and arrow, naffe ennaku zino tukikozesa, but we are not conscious. This is knowledge that is coming, that we didn't start now. It is knowledge that has omulaba bw'amuyigiriza ono ali emabega alinga taata ne mutabani we.
mm,
Amulagirira bw'okukwata bw'oti n'oleega n'emabega eri bwe baali. Kale ebintu nga bino senga tubeera ne symbols zino and icons mu masomero gaffe. Our sense of understanding would be different kuba we have a mirror on the wall naye batuteekerako bino ebiri ku right. Kakati kino when you put it on a larger, when you enlarge it a bit ne balukwata abaana as if bw'obeera nenankanye ne ssenyiga ekiseera tekituuka ne weesangula naye kakati kubanga onakubye akafaananyi in that moment wants to show, for me that's how I understand this picture on the right. Taking a picture of children with before they clean their nose. In fact, even they didn't need to bathe. Take in a good position and takes a beautiful picture of them. Now, because they always want us to be around, they take, those are the kind of pictures they take about us.
yeah.
That's the omwana omujja no
Naye
yamugamba nti however poor a person is, however sick a person is, can wave a fly when a fly has fallen on his or her face. Naye bino ebya United Nations bino ebyokutugunyulanga emitima buli kaseera. Laba abaana bano, laba abaana ba Africa ne batubijja ffenna ne batumala munankanyi morality yonna ne tubeera awo nga
Yeah, no, interesting that you said that, kubanga. I had a mentor who used to ask us, "Mubine ebifaananyi byonna byonna," especially with that question, no matter how sick or how badly a person feels, they can always
how
wave off a
hungry you
fly,
are.
but it gives you
Osobola
how hungry.
okwenyenyaako ensowera naye mmwe ne mutukuba obufaananyi
Naye
just in that
n'atubuuliza,
moment and you make it a permanent picture. That's why I've said as if poverty is a culture in Africa, as if hunger is a culture of
it's
Africa,
our
as if
culture.
ignorance is the culture. But for them, that's how they portray us. Hunger, disease, and all those negative things is our culture. Is that right? Naye ani anaabikyusaamu? We Africans ourselves will have to come together, yeah, and we start
Of course.
depicting ourselves in the images of our ancestry, of our African
Mm,
ancestry. That's how we shall
I
fight
think we're
it.
going
But
to.
we cannot just be seeing these things and we look away and yogamba obwo bwana bwa mukyalo, obwo bwana bw'egundi, obwo bwana bw'ekidera. Nedda ffe bazadde omuzadde aba muzadde.
Mhm.
Muzadde aba muzadde.
And
Tulina okwebeereramu.
I think tuze full circle from gye twatandikidde with the question of authorship. Like
Yes.
I've really enjoyed this program kuva gye twatandikidde kubanga n'okwogera ku how we used to rise up and you say your prayer and at the break of at dusk then n'owummula and you wait for that
Yeah,
cycle to repeat itself.
yes.
So
So
it's
for
kind of what we've done.
foreign religions are not the ones who have taught us to pray. They found us praying
Mm,
in our way. In our way. Kubanga kakati ogenda n'otunuulira kakati nga kino enankanyi ekigali eky'Omuganda. That is just a principle of economy. Sente eyo bw'ogiteeka omwo mwennyini ate omala n'okola ki? N'okwata mu kigali kyo. But you've added on spirituality. Naga nti bajjajja ekigali kyange kino kiweebwa emirembe. Naye bajjajja bajja ne bakuteera omwo sente. Gwaziteekamu. But you've added on spirituality, you've added on moral, era gwe mwennyini ogenda n'okwata mu kigali kyo n'otoolamuko akasente ko. Mwennyini ko savings. But what have you been,
yeah.
all this time what have you been doing? Saving. Eh?
mm,
Omuntu ajja akugamba embwe tobeera na ebigali bya masetaani ate sitaani atya.
yeah. No, I see.
Naye ekigali
Njagala
ekimanyi.
ekigali sikimanyi bulungi, sigenda kulimba. Sikimanyi bulungi, sigenda kulimba naye nga I kind of understand the concept.
Ekigali is also a Kiganda moral way of saving. You know that English proverb which says you are keeping this coin for a rainy day.
A rainy day,
Those things they call piggy change, those pigs you buy, and whenever you have coins, you keep slotting
piggy bank.
in. Then after some time, you go to the
Yeah.
bank and they open for you and you count your money. Yeah. Now think of us in our African cultures. The bank is something far away that way. Eh? But in our communities locally, okwata ekibbo kyo bulungi,
Oh yeah.
n'okiteeka somewhere in the corner of your house. Bw'ogenda bw'ogenda okukolayo kapuleya ko, obeeramu n'akasente k'oteekamu. Naye nga sente ezo gwalizeeteeramu era gwalizitoolamu lw'olibanga olina ekizibu. Tolaba? Naye kubanga
Kubanga
oyongeddeko spiritual moral, that is the only difference. And it is even a positive difference. Kubanga you are teaching yourself to save, you are teaching yourself patience. Kasente kaako gwakateekamu. Era n'osaba ne bajjajja munkumire ekigali kyange kino.
yeah,
Naye tewali akuteera obusente, gwe
what
bwennyini gwateekamu akasente ko.
was
Gwateekamu akasente ko n'oyongerako ne spirituality. We have really been misinformed about African spirituality. Gwe bw'oyogerako ku spirituality bakulaba ng'ayogera nga gundi. Ayogera ku by'amasetaani,
ng'omulogo.
bakutiisatiisa. Omulogo. N'obulogo
Because
gye buli all right.
yeah,
N'amalogo gye gali all
but
right. Especially these days it has escalated. Naye nze mu mirembe gye nakuliramu, those were things that were far fetched nga tetubiraba nako, tubiwulira buwulizi. Naye nze ewaffe ewa kitange, bino ebyokubeera ne Nankanyi ne worshiping house tubirina bulungi era tukoleramu nga bwe nkunyonyodde. Tutuula awo, abagenyi nabo bwe batuuka tubaaniririza, kubanga omanyi obuyumba bwaffe nga bwe bubeera oba obusiisira, ate mu nnyumba mw'osula ate mw'onootwala abagenyi buli omu alabe woogwa. Kaakati n'ennyumba eyo yali etuyambanga. Abagenyi abataasule tubalabira awo ne basiibula ne bagenda. Naye omugenyi ogenda osula era talina kyakukola, alina okukola ki? Okuyingira mu nnyumba alabe woogwa. Ate awo bwe bulamu bwo. Ate bwe bulamu bwo bwe bulamu bwaffe. Kale tekirina ngeri. So kino ekitabo ekisooka kino Principles of Building Local Libraries in Rural Africa that was my virgin book. I wrote it at a higher level. I've tried to edit the book, and the more I edit, the more I create more problems for myself. So I've decided that I will leave it as there, and I will just leave it as a raw material, and I will use it as a background book. That one together with mother language, because they inform how to write these books. These ones are much easier, and now these ones are very close to our Uganda communities. They are very close, so it is easy to follow them. But this one is really very, very abstract, very abstract, because it was the very first book. Then when I saw that I've written it at a very difficult level, then I tried to narrow it down to mother language, yeah, our common good. But again, that one I faced some ethnicity problems. That then I said, okay, let those ones be in the background. Then these other three are very much easier to understand, very much easier to read and understand. But all of them, I write them. The other early on, I was telling you, my writing style uh, is a methodology book, such that you try. Anybody can use the style, I think. Anybody can use the style, because you fetch, you start by asking a rhetorical question, and you are going to, that is what you are going to discuss throughout the book. And you don't have to start with the perfect question, but as you continue writing, then you go back and you find how you should have formulated the question. So as you write, you teach yourself. But it is good to have each book to have a main heading and a subword, a main title and a subtitle, because in that way you are discussing more with yourself. And writing is difficult unless you have been given teamwork to do together. But to sit down and write is not the easiest, but again, it can be easy once you know how you are going. Once you are sure about your writing style. And before I forget this, you remember I told you uh, no one has custody of knowledge. Every day is school day. We teach one another. Without my son's work, I wouldn't have. I don't know how I could have found a writing style. And without you, the questions and the reading, the guidelines I got there in between, as you were interacting. Also, I learned a lot from that. So let us not sit back and say we learn from elders, or let us not sit back and wait for the children to teach us. Let us tell ourselves that every day is school day, and there is no one who has custody of knowledge. We all learn from each other. As what we have to do is to be willing to learn. Let's not judge books by the cover. Let's try put in some efforts and read together, because you cannot just look at a book and you say that one is not for me. Yeah. Especially Africans, if we want to do something for ourselves, we have to come together and make the colonial master our common enemy, so that we the rest to become friends. Let's even love our presidents whom we don't believe in, because at the end of the day, we are the same Africans. We are the same Africans.
Yes, I want to let you know that the studio
Okay, now
number
let
has
me send
been
you that.
uh,
Let me send you the last slide of what
oh yes, please do. No,
of the
no, go ahead
houses.
and no worries. Go
Sorry.
ahead and send it, but I'll just go ahead and send it. The producer will put it up. But I just want
Exactly.
members in the audience to prepare their questions so that when we finish that segment,
Oh
we
yeah.
can
Thank
start to
you.
answer
Thank you.
and interact
Yes.
and interact
Yes.
with them because they've
Yes,
been with
please.
us from where we started. So the studio
Okay.
line is on the screen. Take your time, send your messages in, and when we when we come back from this, we'll take a very short break. When we come back from it, we'll then we'll look at the house in the last slide, and then we'll start to answer questions immediately. So during the break, send all your messages, questions, comments, and then after the break, we'll get into them as well.
The importance of a federal system of governance in Uganda. 1. Federalism restores peace and regional stability. 2. Federalism promotes political participation. 3. Federalism encourages economic development across the country. 4. Federalism provides multiple levels of government action. 5. Federalism accommodates a diversity of opinions. 6. Federalism protects against tyranny of the majority. 7. Federalism promotes unity without imposing uniformity. Register today and join the UFCC Assembly by visiting www.ufcc.uk. Obwetaavu obw'enkola eya federo mu Uganda. Ekisooka, enkola eya federo eteekawo eddembe n'obutetenkefu mu bitundu eby'eggwanga. Ekyokubiri, enkola eya federo buli omu asobola okwenyigira mu by'obufuzi. Ekyokusatu, enkola eya federo eyambako ebyensimbi mu kulaakulana mu ggwanga. Ekyokuna, enkola eya federo essaawo emitendera mu gavumenti amateeka gasobole okuteekebwa mu nkola. Ekyokutaano, enkola eya federo essaawo okuteesaganya n'okwanjula ebirowoozo. Ekyomukaaga, enkola eya federo eyambako okutaayiza effugabbi eri bannansi. Ekyomusanvu, enkola eya federo eteekawo okwegatta awatali kukakaatika madiini, ennono oba ebyobulamu. Weewandiise ku lukiiko olwa UFCC ku www.ufcc.uk.
Dr. Andrew Takome Kayiira was born on 30th January 1945 in a small town known as Nkokonjeru in the Buganda region. He is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country sent him to an early grave. He was a lawyer and professor and had many accomplishments since 1971, with many of his accolades attained from his education and political experiences, both nationally and internationally. Significant is his doctoral dissertation titled Condoism in Uganda, which has awarded him an internationally recognized terminology now used in criminology. He joined several political organizations, including the Uganda Freedom Movement (UFM), which he was the leader, the Uganda National Liberation Front (UNLF), later joining the National Resistance Army (NRA), which had once been his organization's rival. Dr. Kayiira is regarded as one of Uganda's forgotten heroes, a true nationalist whose love for his country led to his premature death. He was just 46 years old when he was assassinated on 6 March 1987 during a dinner with his close friends and 3 female acquaintances. His killers have never been brought to justice.
Welcome back from that short break. And on today's show, we've been talking about our history, language, and how that gives us similar ancestry or ensibuko jetuvamu to having once been the same. And this is held in our practices, our customs, and our most especially our spiritual belief. I'm here today in the studio with a historian and author, Elder Comfort Onye, from Bugwere land, which is part of Bukedi State. And on the screen right now is the images that she wanted to show us of the ancestral homes or that are common in this across different African ethnicities. Are you able to see them as well? They are here on the screen. I'm not yet able to hear you though. Those producer, I think there might be we might be getting some technical difficulties as I am not yet able to hear anything from anything from Elder. Um, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, but I've not yet seen any questions. I can see the slides. The slides are moving. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, now I can hear you. It's because I couldn't hear you before. Now I can.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to finish to talk.
Okay. No, I've finished. I was calling on to you to talk more about these houses because I can see the one on the far right
Okay,
where you were
okay,
referring to in some, yeah, in some traditions they have
yeah.
more like they get it's a tree and they have like in others
Eh,
there is no doors and it's a pathway. So if you can please break it down for us, the different three images, what's different in all of them and what's similar to all of them.
okay. The similarities to the houses. So these are
Mm,
the examples of temples
mm,
or important decision-making houses. And in
mm,
ancient Africa, they were called the. There was a name I showed there, I can't remember it. But at the end of the day, it is a temple. A temple is a
mm,
place where also you can observe spirituality. But we are not
mm,
limited by that. We can use those houses for other activities that
mm,
bring us together, not
mm,
activities that divide us. So, like I said, at a certain point, we can all
mm,
humble ourselves and we do a short prayer. Eh,
mm,
But other than that, we can use that
mm,
house as a dining room, as a place to sing and dance. But what we should
mm,
not do is to sleep in those houses or to open
mm.
or to make open fire in those houses. And then
Oh,
and what is common with them, they have to be too open. Like you see the
mm,
house on the far left,
mm,
and I think the one standing in front of it is the Sigi. A
mm,
Sigi, sometimes when you are translating something, you don't
mm,
get the exact meaning from the native language to the target language. But at least we
mm,
want to collect things that are common in those houses. So uh, we know that temples are normally large and they normally
mm,
have really mystery doors for like the temples in Europe because they close them, and obviously we know for security purposes. But in our places,
mm,
for us who live in open societies, we don't have to close them. So this is a typical
mm,
what it is called Taguna. This is the one in the far right, far left is from Dogon people
mm,
of West Africa. So in that
mm,
house, you see how it is built.
mm,
How the what the pillars are designed. They have designs on them.
mm,
Design of sitting people. When you
mm.
blow the picture, you'll see it. It has a design of sitting people, and they are as short as
Yeah.
that. So when you are entering, you have to bend. When you reach inside, you have to be
Mm,
seated. You cannot stand in that house.
mm.
It is as serious as
Oh, so
that.
it looks sort of like, yeah.
Mm. The one in the middle is the typical
Mm,
example of in my this is from the one in the middle is from my community. And when
mm,
I was writing this this book, it was time of COVID. So
mm,
the people didn't have means, and you know how it is at home when you want somebody to do something. You say, I don't have this, I don't have that, I don't have this. And then I said,
yeah,
just take any picture you see, as long as it can, I can use it to explain
mm,
to explain I mean to talk about. But in Bugwere, it
mm,
will be that will be that house will look like that, but it can be as big as your as big as the resources you have to build to make that
mm,
house, but it has to be round. It must just have
mm,
frames, not yeah, it just have to be open like that. You can't put there a door to close. It has to
mm,
remain open 24/7.
mhm,
And okay, we don't only have to construct houses and put roofs over them. We can even choose a
mhm,
tree. Mm? We can
mm,
choose a tree, like this one was taken in Botswana. But now Botswanas have come a long way. They have included. Now they even use it as a what? As a courthouse. A courthouse,
mm,
not to do colonial courts, but to do customary
mm,
courts. They use it also as a
mhm,
court. So it can be
yeah,
under tree, but always it has what is common with them. They have to be open. Eh? They
mm,
have to be open.
mm,
And okay, now we can see here in Botswana they are standing, but I
mm,
think they have got the permission to stand. But otherwise, in West Africa, Dogon people in West Africa, uh, the law has never
yeah,
changed. It has been like that for many years,
mm,
for thousands of years. Once you enter the Togona, you have to sit down. You want to stand, get out, and you stand. You can never stand in a Togona. But also in Ibugwere, I think we stand because we can't dance when we are sitting. So in Ibugwere, we also stand up because when we want to dance, we can stand up and dance. We can stand up and dance. But otherwise, most of the time we are sitting down because we are listening to the elders. They are telling us stories, or we are sitting down to a meal and things like that. So, what another thing that is common, there's always a leader in that house, and that the leader in that house has to be spiritually dressed. Has to be spiritually dressed. I don't know, these days people are modifying a lot of things. You can wear maybe a suit, a white suit, a white man's suit, but I think it will be inappropriate because we combine spirituality in these houses. Those, I think, some of the
mm,
similarities. There's something spiritual about these houses, but we can also use them for other
mm.
social activities. Yeah. The next
Oh,
slide.
okay.
That one. Okay. So you want to believe it or not, but the concept of Jesus, Mary and Jesus comes from this African mythology. This was the original picture. And you remember early on, I told you that the sun is very important in African history. Every what uh, uh, not everybody, because there are some people who are exempt. But if you are in a position, you are a mother, a grandmother, father, and any cultural leader, you must have wear the disk of the sun. Now, like her, she was the mother of of uh, of the child who was going a child born a royal. So she has to wear a sun disk on top of her head, a symbol of the sun. And now I was telling you that for those of you who have not yet had the chance to see how the Egyptian hieroglyphs are written, this is how they are written. Okay? And now those are the three letters. There is M. The vulture is the symbol that represents M. Then that half bread, the one in the middle, that is the T. That is the symbol for T. And then this one, because they were using pictures or symbols, they used to put normally the last symbol is a determinant, and the determinant helps you to make up your mind what the word is telling you. So when they put there a seated deity, then we read it as mother. We know it is, the word is feminine, and it has to do with, because we know the half loaf is a T, and we know the vulture is a symbol for M. Then we read it munta, and it is down mawit. It is written here. You can see it down here in silver, no, not silver, in gold. The MWT, the MWT. So much
Mm.
as we said that in Egyptian they didn't write out down the vowels, but still some words we understand them today as consonants, but they are pronounced like vowels. Like the W can also be a U, so you call mawit, mut, as you can see the word at the bottom. But all
Mm.
these are things
Yeah.
we shall learn, or you learn when you take the trouble to read to teach yourself the Egyptian hieroglyphs. You learn, but I wanted to show you at least what I meant with wearing a sun disk always on the head. Is spiritual, but also the logic behind it is that uh, wearing the sun means you understand that the sun comes back every day to shine light for knowledge. And because she was the mother of the child that is going to be our ruler, she had to wear it. But most of the grown-ups, most of the people we call what do we call people after 18 years? What do we call that? We call them people
Uh,
who become
After
some,
they finish that, young adults,
not younger
young
adults. We are
young.
talking in terms of law. We're talking in terms of law abiding. Yeah, those who are, when you are above 18, you are going
Mm.
to be law abiding. And now these days, the courts have changed. They can even arrest children below 18. But normally we used to say that below
Mm.
18 you are free to behave as a child. When you become 18, now you
Mm.
become a law abiding person. So also in those days, also all those
Mm.
who are low, when you reach the age of law abiding, you have to wear the sun disk. uh,
Oh, when you
that was it.
transition into adulthood. Oh,
Yeah, into
okay.
adulthood.
Uh,
Mm, mm.
so now we will start to receive.
Now there was another
If we
picture.
have,
There was one more picture, please. Can you scroll? There was one more
uh,
picture.
oh yeah, I think we're gonna move to the next picture. The producer will get us to the next picture.
Yes. So this is the book. This is the book to teach yourself what Egyptian
Mm.
hieroglyphs. It looks like this. It is 8 chapters,
Mm.
and it is at 30 pounds.
Yeah.
And then
Mm.
it's not mine, but at least this is the one I read. It is a straightforward book, and I like his how he has arranged his from chapter 1 to chapter 8. I'm telling you, when
Mm.
you get to start this book, by the time you finish chapter 4, you can, then the rest of the book you can do it yourself and just ask for your exam
Mm.
if you are ready. Uh, if you are
Mm.
ready to take your
And
exam, just to give yourself that satisfaction that you have a certificate in
mm.
the basic hieroglyphs. And in
Mm.
my books I am suggesting that Since after when we come to into the diaspora, we are given conditions. If we don't fulfill those conditions, then we don't become citizens, or we cannot apply for citizenship. We are just tourists. We shall go away. So I'm saying also, no, not anymore should people enter freely in Africa, enter as they want, get out as they want. Whoever wants to
mm,
enter, to live and work in Africa, must come with a certificate, eh, in this
mm,
language. Yes, you must come with that.
mm.
Then, when you come, you will find also we are struggling with it, and then you are not coming to tell us any words of despise. You will be knowing that you are coming to Africa, the cradle of civilization, and this is our proof. So no more.
Oh,
Yes, I have suggested that no more, by at least by 2024. But I'm just writing. I've not suggested to anyone. But as we are discussing, I think that these books help us to have a base, to get a what to lay a foundation where to start to discuss. So I am saying that if also we Africans, we should become tough. People should not just come into Africa and say, I'm an expert, I'm this and that. No, whether you're an expert or not, you must have a certificate in African mother language. So that is going to be a common denominator. When you come there, you do research for Africa, not to do research about Africa. No, you have to work in our interest. That is my suggestion to the public. If we want to make change in Africa, we should also have set conditions that benefit us and our local communities. We cannot choose only people, eligible people, to enjoy these conditions. It must be our common denominator, because our people, our indigenous people, are used, to get history from them. Then they go and confirm what they are seeing in ancient Africa. We lose. eh? So our people should also, because also our people can learn on TV. We can also put these courses on TV once a week, just 2 hours, so that people can come and see what is being lectured. Then they can apply that knowledge in their capacities. Mm. And if we want to create jobs, there are a lot of jobs here. Once we really get to unlock the wisdom and the jobs that are locked up in that language, in our mother language, we shall create a lot of jobs that we shall come to understand it as we go along. This is just the beginning. Let's just wonder about anything we have to wonder about. Let's just get confused. We all get confused in the beginning, but as we go along, then we start. Then things start making sense. That is my suggestion. So now I think we have gone
yeah.
through all of them. Yeah.
And I think on that, before we leave this topic, many people wanted to know the website because you did mention that after you read the book, you can take a test. Many people were asking about the website or where they could go to
Yeah,
do
I'll
the
put it.
exam.
Let me go to
And
my. Where should I post it here? Where I'm posting the pictures? I'll do that. Should I put there the link?
yes, send it to the producer, and yes, the producer will
Yes,
pin the
I'll.
link in the chat so that people have access to it.
Yes. Okay. Why? I can, because my email is open. I can just go through my emails. You can continue talking while I look for it.
Oh, okay, no worries. So, in that regard, I will start with some of the questions that we have received. While
Mm,
you get that, so the first question that we're going to reply to is from Born
mm,
January. Is their username on I think the social media, and they asked, my question is, should we have a system set up in the future where we could have some programs made in a local language that is mostly understood by many indigenous Ugandans, let's say if Luganda is the mostly known language and we try to implement it in some programs, for example, now with Android system, we should have an operation written and coded in Luganda, but we don't even have one. Once we get federal governance, that cab that cab should be looked up upon too. What is your suggestion? That's our first question.
Uh, that is a good question, and it's very much welcome.
Mm,
We have a little problem. By the way, before we get to the problem, Luganda
mm,
is such an attractive language to Ugandans because
mm,
of the capital city being in Buganda. So whenever we reach
mm,
Kampala, we quickly want to learn a word or two in Luganda. So I think that
mm,
every legible, most of the legible Ugandans can pick a word or two in
mm,
Luganda. So there will be there shouldn't be any obstacles with that. We
mm,
can do that. So the other little problem I wanted to mention is that there is an ongoing debate around Africa where by the way, they've started teaching Swahili in most of the some schools, even here
mm,
in London. You can also go and do
mm,
Swahili. So maybe that could be the other problem, that if Africans are preparing Swahili to be one of the
mm.
African common language. Should
Like,
we also consider
yeah.
Swahili? But not again, for us Ugandans, we have always not been keen in learning Swahili. But I don't know if some of you have heard of it, that Swahili is going to be one of Africa's
Mm.
what? National languages. In fact,
Human.
uh, yeah, common languages. In most international meetings, Swahili is also included. You can also raise your hand and ask a question in Swahili, and it will be quickly interpreted. So if we are going to meet
Mm,
that raises a small question: are we interacting just as Ugandans, or we want to share our knowledge with Africa, the rest of Africa? So
mm,
that is what the question it raises. We can also decide that let's
mm,
start with us as Ugandans, then we shall
mm,
uh, consider the others later. Then that will we come to a different solution. But if we say no, we want to Africa to be one country as it was, then we
mm,
shall be looking towards another solution. I hope that answers the question,
mm,
or at least suggests something.
mm,
Mm.
mm. Because they were definitely looking for a suggestion, and I think that has gone in depth of all. Because we have very many avenues. Because you even
Yeah.
keep saying it as well. We're not only one;
Mm.
we're a diverse one.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
on to our next question from the program for the program today, and this is coming from
Mm.
Peter Simon from London. I'm gonna go ahead and then
Mm.
play the audio.
Hello, this is Peter Simon here in the central London. I've enjoyed watching this program. It's very fascinating, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the lady who is very African and very elaborate. I've been struggling with this thing called religion, particularly in Africa. When I look at Africa, I see that yes, Africa had their religion, their way of worshiping, and they had their small houses where if each and every family seems had every place of worshiping in their own families. When these colonialists, or the so-called missionaries, arrived, they established communal buildings where we all converge and worship in one place. And they created a way of worshiping. Nobody participated in how to formulate the way, how it should be done, but they dictated and they started teaching it in all schools. We all followed, like we couldn't question, like we were taught. Well, when you look at the African way, I've been struggling, trying to understand or figure it out. Is there no way African we can have our African united uniformity way of worshiping in a community, so that we have one community, either building or a center, like we call it a church. Like we go to church, I say I'm going to Catholic, I'm going to Protestant, I'm going to Pentecost, but you meet other place, you meet other people and they interact. In the African context, I'm struggling to find a way where we can have a unifying kind of way of worshiping, and that way that leads us to the supreme God. I wonder if you could do, Madam, if you could enlighten or somehow give a little bit of a debate. Thank you.
And we have another audio from Peter Simon from London. I'll go ahead and play that one as well.
Hello. This is Peter Simon again here in central London. I was wondering if it's possible, I don't know, what do you think, if we can be able to establish a kind of centers. You know, these youth, especially in Africa, they've been attracted to these centers they call churches because they are able to market their philosophy. But there is no center for African philosophy or African culture. I think we should do, it's high time we counterattack. That's my view. I wonder what you think. We start up also kind of African church, whatever we could call them, but so that we are able not to market, but to educate our youth so that they can make an informed decision based on that Bible, whatever plan, whatever they are told, because they have no alternative. Some of them find they have no alternative. You are born, you're told you have to follow this, you have to do this, but you don't have a choice. I think it's, I don't know what you think, but I think it's a high time we also started this kind of communal gathering, communal get together. We may call them churches or name them anything you like, but be able to teach African heritage, African belief, African religion. Thank you.
Thank you for the question
Yes.
and the suggestion. Hello, can I go ahead?
Yes, please do go ahead. I think they just added to that question, why don't we have our Mecca of Vatican in Africa? That's the last bit of that question.
Yeah. So today we have come a long way. Previously, we had no choice, but today we have a choice. It is up to us Africans to organize now that we have come together. Somewhere we had to start somewhere, but now that we have already a platform, it is up to us to organize and come together, and we can determine when we can meet. We can meet, and then we can invite. Because not that we don't have the preachers in Africa, they are there. Not that we don't have the philosophers, they are there. So they can come and be guests and the guest speakers and guest preachers. And we do it because religion I mean, this is what other people do. They organize, either they have their permanent preacher or they invite guest preachers to come to them. Because religion, as we call it, uh, I mean, everything that comes into contact with Africa becomes Africa. So, all the religions that are here, whatever they do, there's something in the background, there's African spirituality. Some people struggle with the name of African religion. My dear, it's very difficult to tell you the name of African religion. But if we go with that collective term, the common term, African spirituality, because in the hub of every religion, I mean, any religion of the world rotates around spirituality. And fortunately for us, to Africans, we created spirituality. Then it spread elsewhere, whether people want it or not. But that is something we shall learn or teach ourselves as we go along. So it is never too late, right place. It is up to us to make a decision, and you say, no, we want a, we want to have a common center where we meet once in a while. It doesn't have to be every Sunday, because because of work, studies, and to make meets end in our families and our family home, or everywhere in the world. So we can decide that once a month we can sacrifice that. Because if we say every Sunday or every Monday, that might be too much because we have to work. But at least once in a month, you can you can sacrifice that one day, or you can find somebody to work for you, that you change shifts with somebody if you work shifts, and then we meet and we worship in our African what our traditional African way of worshiping, led by, some people call it a sangoma, other people call it. So I'm telling you, the priest or the preacher has got interesting names in Africa. I just enjoy myself and I say thanks God. I became interested in history. That that question or that comment, eh, opens our eyes to another important topic, and that is, how shall we teach ourselves if we don't practice? Because we have no nobody there in the background. It is up to us Africans to make up our minds, and we say we want also to be Africans and worship in our African manner, and we can afford to do that if we commit ourselves to it. We get premises. We don't even have to own it. We can just rent for an hour, for hours or a day, and we go our separate ways. That way we shall teach ourselves more about who we are, where we are coming from, what is our history. eh? And in that way, we are even struggling to influence our governments back home, eh? to improve our school curriculum. We amend the colonial school curriculum we are struggling with, a school curriculum that is not interested in our history. Huh? We are orphans. Let's get together and we make it happen. Eh? We can make it. We have that choice. We have that choice. We don't always have to look somewhere. Eh? Let's look into ourselves, and that is what our religion teaches us. That is what our African religion teaches us. Look into yourself. The answers are within you. Eh? Look into yourself and work for what is positive. That is the answer. I hope I've contributed something.
so much for that answer. I think for our next questions, these are coming from Percy, who's Amugwere from Bukedi State. I'll go ahead and play these ones as well.
Dear Comfort, it's a pleasure to have you here at UNN. Thank you so much for today's presentation. I have appreciated your presentation, and actually, I have discovered so much about myself because I am a Mugwere, but there's a lot you have said today that I didn't know it had some kind of meaning behind it. For instance, having a wita and bando for lunch and then matoke for dinner. I never knew what that meant to us because I used to tell my children about my childhood and how the routine was, but I didn't know there had some kind of meaning behind it. I would like to thank you so much for coming on UNA and enlightening on some of the things we had questions about, but we never knew how to answer. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and I'm grateful that
You are
came.
indeed.
Now,
You are indeed.
Oh no, sorry. I'll go ahead and play some of their other messages, and then
dear Comfort, my question is, as you have come today, I appreciate the presentation. I just wanted to understand or to know, are you planning to come back on UNN at any other time and talk to us in Lugwere, where we are going to have session in Lugwere, we learn in Lugwere, more about our culture in Lugwere. It was a pleasure that you spoke to us both in English and Luganda. I'm just asking if there is an opportunity for you to come back and we have a session specifically in Lugwere, as the Baganda here have got the Lulasa Ngeye, I think. So please come back and talk to us in Lugwere. I'll appreciate and I'll be grateful if you respond to my question. Once again, you've added value to us, Bagwere. In fact, I am very, very proud of myself. I have always been. That's the fact. But I never knew there could be any presentation that would present our culture in the sense you've presented it, the way you have made it appear, and how informative it has been. You have made it a pleasure, and you have given him homework to actually go back and make more research about Afro Bagwere, understand Bagwere, support Bagwere. Please come back and represent our nation, our state, Bucket, and we find a way where how us Bucket can have our own, perhaps, program on UNN. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And yes, those were the questions from
Namugwere oba namugwere ensangaire ino ensangaire iwe akwata kuli atakalyenge akwata kwibisi nemukwaiteku ate nakye mwakola bantu bange munkobereko engeri gye muyinza okufunako obutabo buno bubiri ebindi mwena muteekekuumu akasente naye ekitabo kyanani A Quest for the History of Bugwere n'ekitabo kyanani mwankoberako ebika byanyu kubanga nze ndina musikwe ekika kyange ndina musikwe kale n'ekitabo ekyo kyanani Introduction to History of Abawisonkere Clan ebyo nabibawa munkobere gye muli mbibaweererya obanga musoboire kubanga nabaweererya kiyinza okubatwalira kaseera naye ndowooza biri ku £5 buli kimu mubanga sobola mwegulire kubanga next time etubanga tutumula mubbe nga muli mu bitabo bitire kuumu omu bitabo kaisi mubbeeku n'obubuuzo kati anu Kayiira tetwategeire anu bwalokoba otya kubanga it is our Lugwere, it's not my Lugwere. And the more we practice on it, the clearer the message comes out. Anti omaita olugero lwa mugwere ebyala biba bibiri kasi biyita onsekere. Kale nze ndi kyala kimo, inyoni nye kyala kyokubiri, mwiza tuyita onsekere. Awo watya?
So much. I've understood little bits and pieces, but it's always beautiful to hear. No, it is. I feel humbled. Yeah, just to see the richness that is just even in that small piece that they named Uganda, how rich that is. Even Bukedee State, when we were talking earlier about all the different nations or indigenous peoples that are in Bukedee. So uh, it's always mind blowing to me. Again, going back to what we've been talking about today, but also I have the same question as they have because I understand a little bit from your answer that with the books, so that then when you do the programs, it would be any questions from the books. If you're open to a
Yeah,
program in Lugwere, just to go through,
yeah,
because we need more things like that, and we have to
yeah.
push them ourselves. So hopefully that's something we keep in the
Thank
works and talk about and bring to life, because I'd love to see that uh,
you
go
got
on
the
air
most.
as
You got the
well.
most out of the comment. You got the most out of the comment because uh, if I'm coming
Mm,
back, I should be also
mm,
clarifying those books the more. But it helps me if some people have gone
mm.
through the books and then we take some
Of
information
course,
from
yeah.
there and then we see if the
Mm,
information comes out well or there's something we need uh, to say differently to
mm,
make more sense.
mm,
Because much as the books are used
mm,
on Bugwere, it's because I wanted to use my native community. But it being a methodology, everywhere there
mm,
is Rugwere or there is my clan, take it away and put in your clan or put in your language or your
mm,
ethnicity, and it will work the same. It will work the same because what those
mm,
books are aiming at is to mirror for us to understand how
mm,
our people lived in ancient Africa, and at the same time, the little we learn from
mm,
the hieroglyphs is also to mirror for us to understand what is happening in our communities, things that are there but we don't see. Like when we talked about
mm,
Amasiro and things like that. We are
mm,
always looking at these things, but we think they begin and end with the king. No, those are supposed to be people's houses
mm,
and how we are supposed to engage in them. Fortunately for you, Baganda, you are
mm,
good at that. Eh? Everything about the king is Buganda. It's not
mm,
institution that is
mm,
semi-detached to from the Buganda kingdom. And by the way, when we say Buganda,
mm,
because Buganda is a kingdom, unlike Bugwere, who
mm,
we are just struggling uh, to form a monarchy,
mm,
and we are not used to monarchy life. Or actually, not that we are not used to monarchy life, but we are not used to one clan being the headmaster of other clans. So that's why
mm.
we are struggling. But time will come when it will sink in, and we say, okay, fine, eh, it's okay, they can lead.
Yeah.
But as of now, we are
Mm,
really struggling because we are in the formation stage. We have not been living under a monarch.
mm. And
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and then play from our next audience members. This is Petero from the US.
Desire and our guest today, author Onye. Thank you so much for the good show. I am specifically calling about, I know the king of Bogot, Desire, and our guest today, author Onye. Thank you so much for the good show. I am specifically calling about, I know the king of Bogwere suddenly passed away during COVID, and I want to know
Yes.
whether our guest knows what really happened to him. It was very sudden. I had an honor to meet him at his office in somewhere in Kampala, and the time I met him, he was a very strong man, a king. He was everything was. He looked very healthy. But then the next thing I hear, he was being buried. So does our guest know exactly what happened to their king, who suddenly passed away? And also whether there is they reinstated a new king for Aguirre. That's my question. Thank you so much for your work. And Desire, thank you for hosting.
Thank you for listening. And that was the whole question from Petero.
Okay. Petero, thank you for the question. And as you stated, he died during the COVID pandemic. That is what we were told, and the story has never been otherwise. Up to now, I've not heard of any other suspicion of his death. I've only heard that he really got attacked by COVID, and he quickly passed. He didn't get chance to be announced or to be treated for some time before he passed, but it came and just struck like that, and he left. But your question is similar to the question I just answered a little while ago. Bagwere, we have since the founding fathers of Bagwere native land, we have lived under some chieftains, but we've never lived under a monarchy. So we are just now coming to create a monarchy in Bugwere, and anything, especially social institutions at formation, they are not so easy, especially when you are moving people who have been used to being free to become people under a monarchy. It is very challenging. Someday we shall come to agree, but right now we are struggling because really we are not used to one clan being the headmaster of the rest. We are used to being living together as sister clans to make friendship among ourselves, to exchange our children in marriage. That is how we knew. If we were talking about that, the answer would be different. But right now that this is new, turning Ibugwere into a monarchy, we are struggling really, and we can understand because we have no background about monarchies. So we are just going to learn the hard way because we are learning on the job.
So for our next question, and this is a question from Peter from UAE. Go ahead and play that one as well.
tusiimye nnyo mwebalire ddala mwe mulamwa mutunavaayo mu state nejja natubuulira ku history wa state eyo natubuulira natubuulira ku byobugagga ebiki yes kirungi nnyo nnyo federe etandike kati natamanyi history oyo wa state eyo nga gyava ekinyegenyege kimukwata aba ayagala kumanya moa aba ayagala okuddayo ku butaka aba ayagala akulaakulanye obutaka bwabwe kirungi nnyo mulangira kiwaliiro kirungi nnyo 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 kizaamu amaanyi bannaaye tugende mu maaso.
Hello. This is.
Oh, sorry, that was the end of Peter's message. And then we have another message from Simon Peter. I'll go ahead and play that one as well.
Dear Comfort, thank you so much indeed. This is Peter Simon here again. You have really comforted my heart, but I think we have a long way to go. When I look at the African region or African culture, it's so divided that you find a Mugweri is talking of a Mugweri way of worshipping, a Muganda is talking of a Muganda way of worshipping, and apparently I've been struggling. It seems we don't have a unifying literature like these churches have prayer books. We still have a long way unifying these culture, Musoga, Muganda, Mugweri, Munyankole, Munyarwanda, putting them together and having a universal way of worshiping. That's my dream, Madam. Madam Comfort, I'd love to have you on a further debate. Thank you. You're so fascinating, lady. Thank you.
Thank you very
Those
much,
are the
both.
questions. It's confusing because one is Simon Peter from the UK, and then the other message came from Peter from UAE.
Yeah, and Peter was grateful about being here. Can you remind me a little about his
I will,
question?
I will replay it again. But Peter was showing
Yeah.
gratitude for you being here, and of course, because here we're pushing for federacy based off of our indigeneity. Even for me, I have the same sentiments that he holds. I'll play it again because he says it best.
Nze bannaffe tusiimye nnyo mwebalire ddala guno gwe mulamwa tunavaayo mu state nejja natubuulira ku history wa state eyo natubuulira ku byobugagga ebiki yes kirungi nnyo nnyo federe etandike kati natamanyi history oyo wa state eyo nga gyava ekinyegenyege kimukwata aba ayagala kumanya moa aba ayagala okuddayo ku butaka aba ayagala akulaakulanye obutaka bwabwe kirungi nnyo mulangira kiwaliiro kirungi nnyo 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 kizaamu amaanyi bannaaye tugende mu maaso.
Yes.
Neeyanziza nnyo taata. Kweyanziza nnyo taata. Ako koyongeddemu ako kituufu. One of my aim goal is how do we use our resources to create jobs in our communities, because we have been misled. We are being misled by this concept of development aid. Whenever we talk of job creation ideas, we are expecting somebody to fundraise for us, and we start from there. Again, in my books, my argument is we have to go back to our native communities, and we pool resources on our native soil using the language, our native language, to create jobs. And that is very possible. For example, we showed those houses. Do you know that in most communities, those houses have disappeared? But when we build those, we put back those
mm,
houses together. Eh? And we bring in the
mm,
language. If we agree to teach ourselves the languages, we are going to unlock a lot of jobs that are locked up in the language, in our ancestral language, which we don't speak. That one, I guarantee you. But we cannot get there before we learn the language and we go back to our communities and we say, this has been here all the time and I didn't know. And when we are doing that, we are creating quality jobs, not just jobs, but we are creating quality jobs on our ground. And then my brother Peter, who talked about how can we unify African worship or religion, it is very easy.
mm,
Somewhere in the discussion, I touched something like saying that let us uh, distance ourselves from the notion of saying, I'm writing Luganda, I want to be an expert in Luganda. Let us adapt to the methodology of relating Luganda to sister languages, of writing
oh,
Luganda, fetching some methodology from that way. And when we do that,
mm,
then we come together as brothers and sisters. We don't, when we are worshiping, we don't just have to sing in Lugwere, we don't just have to sing in Luganda, Runyankole, or whatever. In that same worship, we can choose uh, folk songs from all our languages, but in the interest of time, we take a few at a time, but we make sure that we sing one song from each language. That is
from
unity,
different, yeah.
because those are our languages, and the
Mm,
more we sing them, the more we
mm,
discover words there, the more we discuss. Eh? And we shall be
mm,
discussing about about resources in our communities. And the more we discuss, the more we discover what we don't know, and the more we go back to our native communities and spread this
mm,
information to our people. Like
mm,
I have said that in my books, A Quest for the History of Bugwere and the Introduction to the History of Buisonkere, that is, those histories were written
mm,
from the major group, Bugwere group, and from my clan. Eh? So where there is clan, take
mm,
out my clan, replace it with your clan. The method is the same.
mm,
Eh? Take out to Bugwere and replace it with your what? Your ethnic group. The method is the same because I
mm,
am not only interested in Bugwere as I live it. I am interested in how Bugwere relates to the rest of Africa. Don't you see? So it doesn't have really to be
mm,
one language or one clan. Eh? Pick
mm,
that clan.
mm,
Not even pick, but go back to your clan. Go back to your ethnicity. Eh? Because however much education has no limit. However much people have written, they have not
mm,
written about everything. We can still write about something
mm,
that is missing. For example, in Uganda, which has been written down for a long time. Eh? A long time. Because, and another thing that is good with us Africans, the way we count our time is not how the white man counts his time. Yeah? We count our time in days, the sun and the moon. We don't count in minutes. We don't count in hours. When we say a session is going to begin this hour, it can even begin next day. And we still think we are in time. Hmm?
mm,
There are some things that look negative, but again, at the same time, they give us that the liberty, eh, to come together. Because once an African has decided coming there for you, he's going to be there for you. He's not going to count time. He will say, I wanted to see her or him. I wanted to be on this group. And they will be patient. They will be patient. So it is up to, again, it is up to us to make up our mind to worship together as Africans. It doesn't have to be in one language. We can say the opening prayer to the creed in English. We go to the hymns not even hymns, because we don't have those books. Our literature is in oral literature, and we are not going to shy away from singing our songs of praise as we learn them. Or if, because our songs, by the way, are not always long, it can be one word, but we keep repeating it, and it is a song. And what other thing do we need in a place of worship for Africans other than the drum? Once the drum is there, then we are ready to worship. So we shouldn't worry about not. We have the information, we have the material. It's a matter of us agreeing to come together and pool together our resources. Yeah? And we enjoy and we pray in the African spirit, in the African way of understanding. So we have the information with us. It is just because that, like we are saying, diaspora, we have been spread, but it's up to us again to say, now let's come together. And not only coming together in a physical place, we have already come together and we are spread and we are still in the diaspora, but we have come here and we've sat and we have in fact, this is also a prayer. It's a prayer because our ancestors are amidst us. We have really thought about our religion. We feel more that moral obligation, to show that really we love to worship. That's all that's all we need, and we shall get to where we want. I hope I've contributed something to that
Oh
question, to those
no, that
questions.
was because yes, because I think one thing that for me you've really clarified, and I hope like we've all been listening, because that's why Federacy has always made sense in Africa's case. Because African
Mm.
unity is not universalism, but it's universal,
No.
if that makes
Mm.
sense. It's
Yes.
not universal that we all do the same thing, but it's coming from exactly what you've been teaching us today. It's all coming from a similar root, is diverse, and they all can coexist and
Yeah.
enrich each other than trying to do
Yes.
what the colonizers did, which is erase and give us something that is the same and just classifies us. So I really thought that that brings the depth into like, what does it even mean for Africans to unite? We might have the unifying
Mm.
drums, but you're going to hear languages of all kinds. We're blessed like that with diversity. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
and there will be.
answering that.
Thank you.
We also have another audio, and this is I didn't get a name who or what contributor this is coming from, but I'll go ahead and play it. Thank you.
Hello, Madam Comfort. Just the last one. Do you think one day we shall have a cathedral in Uganda? Say, for example, in Kampala, we have a cathedral of African church. Like we have Rubaga for Catholic, Namirembe Protestants, Kibuli, and we have one in Mutungo, somewhere in Mutungo, where they say that is the African cathedral. Do you think it will come one day? Our ancestors, I don't know why they didn't look at that. They worshipped all the foreign stuff, all stuff foreign, religion foreign, wearing foreign.
And I think that's again
Thank you very
confirming.
much for that one. You know what? Change happens gradually. I think what you are missing out is that all those churches and cathedrals you've just named, do you know how they are gradually changing? Do you think the way we used to worship in the 70s is the way we worship now? Can you try and see clearly that preaching of nowadays is becoming more and more and more African? I don't think in the 60s or the 70s or the 80s we were allowed to hear a drum beat in the church, in the
Mm,
cathedral. But now it is possible.
mm,
Even the way we sing, eh, we are entering our we are going back to African roots. Eh? So change is coming. We don't have to build a cathedral. We don't, all we need is to say we are going to worship today together with this one. Eh?
mm,
And we choose the themes that we
mm,
want to mention to God. We use the different names we call God. For example, in Rugwere we call God Kibumba. Baganda call him Katonda. The Westerners call
and
him
Dumba.
Ruhanga. The what? The Luos eh, also call him uh, Obanga.
Mm,
But yeah, Obanga. But do you know that Obanga is coming from the word Rubanga? Eh? Do you know that?
mm,
So
mhm,
you see,
yeah.
yeah. Eh?
Mm.
So we have,
Because
like
even
I said previous. Hmm.
because no, you also told us that in Lugwere, God is called Kibumba, and it reminded me that in Luganda we don't only use Katonda, but there is also Dunda, and they
Talaga.
sound articulation is a bit similar. There, then you start to see the
Exactly.
similarities.
Yeah, you
Mm,
see the similarities. So, like I said
mm,
a little while ago, that
mm,
we have to really learn our languages relating to each other. We shall in that way we are narrowing the that drift that the colonial school curriculum has
mm,
created amongst us. The more we accept to one another, the
mm,
more we come together, the more we
mm,
bridge, we bridge that gap. So really to worship in an African
mm,
way, to have a church or a cathedral or a mansion in Kampala, which brings all Africans. Remember, the churches in Uganda are African churches, whether we worship in English or what. But because they're in Africa, they are in Africa,
mm,
they're African churches. Yeah? And uh,
mm,
it is up to us, like I'm saying, we can uh, use the Bible a little because it is amidst us. We cannot just close the
mm,
book. We can use it a little, but we can bring in also our folk, our folk word, our of the way, our
mm,
indigenous word, preaching and teaching. Eh? Now that we have seen the
mm,
houses, now that we have talked about how to be when you are in a holy place, eh? And remember,
mm,
the fact is, any place, any place, be it under a mango tree, be it in a house where you kneel, eh, to worship God,
mm,
or Ruhanga, or Katonda, or Kibumba, or Dunga, that place is spiritual. Place is spiritual.
mm,
So we don't have to go and build a house. If we had the means, we would do that. We would do that. But if we
mm,
don't have the means, we can just come, or even if we come here on Zoom like this we are being now, eh? We start with a short
mm.
prayer, very short. Once we do that,
Yeah. Or
we have
pouring the
made this
libation.
place, this meeting. you have made this meeting place spiritual. And when we finish, we say also short prayer, not these long prayers, a short prayer. That spirit goes away with us. You'll go away, you'll feel the energy when you leave a what? A moral meeting place. Feel the energy. Eh? You'll feel the energy. Uh, that is it. Mm.
Yeah. No, like I just appreciate because it then also shows you how our practice of spirituality is not what we've been taught. Dedicating temples and because we built them, but it's not the main focus. It's in the small little things, the intimate things, how we talk to each other,
Yes.
how we welcome each other in spaces, the acts that we
And
follow, how we call on to our ancestors in every move. It's in those
and you
practices and not in the
and you
buildings
remember,
within us.
and you have to we
Mm,
have to put it in mind that, by the way, we have been being forced to drop what is ours and
mm,
adapt other people's things. So we have always had that fear,
mm,
but now we have a little bit open minds because we have gained information. We
mm,
have come here and we say the people who are also preaching too much to us, they are not after all as religious as they preach to us. So now we are
mm,
in a better position. We a little bit, we have not yet really gained that confidence, that full confidence we want, but at least we have got some information, enough information, uh, to make us feel relaxed,
mm,
be who we are without caring. Because I think
mm,
previously you would fear if you have not been seen going to the church or the mosque. But now we are becoming more and more independent. We are our own men. We have also a choice.
mm,
We can make a choice. We
mm.
can make choices, mm, until we let down ourselves.
Yeah.
But when we try and fail
Mm,
somewhere along the way, is not the same as not trying at all. Mm. It's
mm,
not the same. Because when you try and fail along the
mm,
way, you create a
mm.
base where to come back to. And when you have a base,
And
you
try
come back
again.
with
Mm,
extra knowledge to know where you will do otherwise, where you will continue the same way.
mm,
But that is how to be. Huh? We don't walk a straight
mm,
mile. Sometimes we meet valleys and
mm.
we quicken up. Sometimes we meet the what hills and
Steep.
we
Yeah.
lessen the speed. And sometimes we are on the
Mm.
on just columns and we just feel comfortable. But that is how to be. That is how to
Yeah, that's how life is. Eh,
be.
eh, I want to thank you so much for today. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for bringing your knowledge here, for sharing it. First of all, thank you for doing all the research, but also sharing your knowledge and making sure that it does get to us. And I'm looking forward to any future shows, be it in Lugwere or in Lugangereza and Lugwere. Uh,
Mm,
but now, because we have to accommodate all of those, and I'm grateful that we've had this
mm.
time. But now, as we're winding down our show, I'd like to invite you to say your closing words to our audience today that have been with
Um,
us from where we
this
started. We are.
mm, my wish was if I could put there the link before we close. But let me just check 1 minute if I don't,
Oh, of course.
if it is.
Oh,
Mm,
of course, that's perfectly fine. And also, I had a question. What
yes,
website
please.
can we go to purchase some of the books? Because I'm sure many of us here today would like to purchase some of the books. Do we get them on Amazon, or is it like a
Yes,
different
you can purchase
way that
them. You can buy them from Amazon bookstore.
Okay, okay.
Mm. You just follow,
I would like
look at
to.
those what the
Mm,
pictures of the book and make sure it is the book you are ordering. Uh, that's the best way. That is the best way because I cannot, unless you are in the UK. But if you are not in the UK, I cannot post it to you
ship it
because I
to
also
you.
have some with me.
Mm,
Yeah, I also have some with me. But I can only post to you if you are in the UK. Outside the UK, it could take long. Yet, if you
mm,
ordered for it on Amazon, you will
Amazon.
get it. And I
Mm,
think if you are in the UK, order for it from Amazon UK. You
you
get the
get
point?
next day delivery. I'll ask I'll ask the producer to put the books again on the screen so that people see the titles and can access them as we put as we as you look for the link so that we can put it up for
Uh, here is
members in
the
the
link.
audience.
It it came momentarily.
Mm.
Okay, I've put there. It is called saberuniversity.com. You just go there.
Ah,
Yeah. And now
Useba
that yeah,
University.
yeah, and my contact
Mm,
is here. If
mm,
things don't go well, we'll
mm,
just drop me an email, and I can still
mm.
go ahead and look for.
This is what we'll do. So after today's show, we will gather all this information, the books and
Yeah,
the book titles, and then we'll post it on our socials so that people can access not only the book titles and the books, but also the website as well. And then for us, we'll keep in contact and in communication and better prepare for the journey ahead.
thank you.
So I would like to invite you
Mm,
at this point to please,
mm.
give. I don't know what they call it now. What they call it in English, but ngatona sibula olekayo ebigambo ebifulumeddiro. I don't know what the term would be like in English because closing statement sounds so legalized. If you could.
Uh, I'll, I'll, since we touched religion here, I'll just say a few
Mm,
words in the name of Kibumba
mm,
Ruhanga Katonda,
mm,
and said, uh, Kibumba Musa, weebale okututuukya omu kaseera kano, weebale okutwazika akaseera kano, ne tubaako ano obugambo butontono bwetu obwetwegera banaisu n'abanaisu batwegeraku. Some said in English, we thank you, Lord, for this moment. Uh, Thank you for the wisdom we've harvested from this meeting, and we don't want to end here. We want us to develop this, build on this information we've shared, so that it brings us
mm,
to the aim goals of creating jobs home, of giving us the reason to go home with the information. Uh, because after this meeting, it's like we have been out, but what are we going home? When we
mm,
go home, what is that little we shall talk about at home
mm,
from this meeting? What is going give us the energy to come back to this meeting again? For the love of ourselves, the
mm,
love of our brothers and our sisters, for our health, and for our ancestors from whom we learn, and for our youths who carry our promise for tomorrow. Amen.
mm. Daniel, and I would like to also thank everyone who's been here with us. Thanks to the Most High and the Creator who manages to bring us back here every day and have these spaces, have these discussions. I want to appreciate from Entoyo Mutima Gwange, our elder Comfort Onye, who has come here today and given us all this per her own accord and making sure that this information is within our discussions going ahead. Really appreciate it. And please, as always, teach one to teach 10. Now that you have been taught, it is your responsibility to teach the others. As our elder has told us, at the end of the day, we remain all related to each other and have a relation to each other, which means we hold a responsibility not only of ourselves, but of other people within our communities. But without saying much, until next Sunday, banaye akuume atakuumira mpeera.
Akuume.
Salikire akaswanyuswanyu kotukubire kibumba ebugwere tusalikire
baba ikumbani ogwera omulembe twasigala nga tukwawukira mulembe ku mulembe era tusaba ekibumba omwoyo gakulamuza ekisa
Onsumutira kalaso mugongo senakola ntya singaibanja nanditoire natola ina natomubyaire abaire ngojaite wange abaire tasosolo mubanayi katondo tuyombe tufuire enda mugaso ngokolere lingi era nsabo katonda wange oyagabo obulamu obutawawo oteito mubuda budeino
olumbenga lutemu sebikaire nohungaya mama olumbenga lutemu sebikaire nohungaya abahagali omulamu yiwalumbo salirisa olumbenga lubi sebikaire nohungaya abahagali omulamu yiwalumbo salirisa agatemu nagalogo ogaleha gagenda ongira abayambi yiwalumbo mumalisa mumulamire wayabire notulehire mafubira janya natubuse inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi rajiun yabiro mwana wabanyoni rasta city designinga lusaga agekisaiza igogazwa yala nayone nunze gatonya toshapupinge
bakwero mu mwaka guno kitalo isomo kyasa kino kinene sana tukyalire ebyamasanya bigeire ebyefuna bigoteine abaira tuwawula kigeire n'abayuda bajanjamuka swe tuli eno tukunga maba galimani mpondokere abaira yamba yacanikire nane achanulula
tunakuwala nakuluma ebugwere tufuniro kiboko naye kibumbo tutase niwo maite ensonga naye abeira tuyamba era abeira tuzimba akumbanya abagwere omwoyo gw'okulamuza ekisa dokita Williams gampoire agekisaiza nze gampoire owendole nunindola nedi nane yatutasa
Minister mubeba gumu itulo be mugumu no itulula kanso oyabire aliwa masengwa tubeba gumu
tipomerwe mereze tipomerwa zenengo yenegomba kweyambula zenendolo tikiza kinegonera isiba malikaze kwetungira njoyotana ndogotana omwoyo kukubangana ebisego bibitangana teite ondekero tya